But yeah, welcome to Xenoblade 2. I'm Bowie. I'm joined by Hybrid and Mutsky, and right now we also have Aeon who's sticking around just to kind of get the moments of Sonic's run finishing up.
Yeah.
Beach connected as well. But yeah, welcome to Xenoblade Chronicles 2. This is the DLC category. So yes, DLC. Over the course of like a few years after the release of Xenoblade 2, there was a bunch of different DLCs that were released that kind of gave you more blades and more items and more quests. And it looks like we're having a little bit of frame dropping here. I will see what's going on with that. But yeah, so this is going to be very... If you've seen the no DLC run before, which was very prevalent towards the beginning of Xenoblade 2's life, this became the standard and the common and the most popular category for a lot of new runners because of its, let's say, less randomness and less RNG, I guess, because there's just more consistency you have in terms of being able to get what you want.
Only with the Gacha system, which we'll be getting to later, but also just combat RNG is a lot worse in that category.
Yeah.
To put it lightly.
It also lets you use some of the coolest blades in the entire game with Crossset and Corbin, who are both absolutely amazing in more ways than just their gameplay itself. They have fantastic personality, really cool passive abilities, obviously, that we take advantage of throughout this run. And their designs are both really cool. If you want to see someone awesome with like rockets on rollerblades, like you're in for the ride of a lifetime because that's what
we will be seeing her a lot.
Yeah, she is ridiculously powerful. Obviously, this game changed up a lot of what Xenoblade 1 did. Obviously, it's a very, very different feeling game. One of the biggest things is that you can't, in Xenoblade 1, you can move around and auto-attack whenever you want, very, very free. So one of the earliest mechanics that was discovered, that was kind of put out there, was attack cancelling. Because the way that arts regen in this game is every single time you land an auto-attack, your arts regen bit by bit. So rather than having 20 seconds worth of time for your arts regen, you need to get 10 auto attacks. But you can do a thing where as soon as your auto attack lands, you can just like tap the control stick to reset your movement and reset your auto attack to come out quicker. So you can do that to kind of like gain back your arts gauge really, really quickly. So you're going to be outputting a lot more damage or a lot more skills consistently. You have less skills. Your arts palette is only like 3, but you can equip 3 blades, so you have a total of 9 skills. Added into the fact that you also get blade skills as well, or blade arts as well, that build up a whole different kind of combo. There are 2 combos in this game, driver and blade combos, and we'll discuss that as they become more and more prevalent and relevant to the game. But yeah, I guess there's a little bit kind of more immediate stuff that goes on in the general input of like minute-to-minute gameplay, which makes Xenoblade 2 a little bit more active in the early game. But, yeah.
And if you've been here since the beginning of the marathon relay and watched the Torna Golden Country speedruns, the race that was happening earlier, a lot of the combat will look similar, but there's definitely some like nuanced differences, but the basic structure that holds them both in place is kind of built around the same thing. So we may be repeating some things that were already talked about before, but just for the sake of like clarity and people being able to follow for this run, we'll be kind of getting into that maybe more than one time.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is how the blade combos work specifically, and like chain attacks with the orbs. Because in Torna, you'll see that every single time a blade combo was done, you didn't even need to go down a particular combo route. You could do any element. You'd always get a new orb as long as you did a new element. Whereas in order to get orbs in Xenoblade 2, you need to finish a blade combo completely. Like the first, second, and third stage need to complete for 1 orb. So it's a generally slower pace gameplay style to Torna, which is meant to be, it's a bit of DLC, it's a bit of an expansion. It's super fast paced. It's rolling really, really, really quickly. Whereas this is about spending a bit more time, I guess, and building up a campaign of combat, I guess.
Yeah, no, you're for sure. So right now, Anil is just doing some tutorial stuff. They want to introduce a lot of the mechanics that this game introduced. You saw him do a salvage minigame that he failed intentionally. There's a chance we may have to do a salvage later on to build some field skills. Now he just did a tutorial of buying some items at a fish market, and then went and stayed at an inn where you can use XP that you gain from a number of ways in order to level up. one important thing to note on the DLC run that you just saw him do on the menu was that you actually have the option of, with the DLC, to disable enemy aggression, and that changes how this movement is routed immensely, because we essentially are able to just bypass all enemies other than unique monsters without actually having them aggro on us and threaten to kill anyone in our party.
Oh,
Another important
sorry
thing
to
about
interrupt.
the Yep.
Go ahead, go
I just
ahead.
want to point out, Sonic was using a way to get past the spiders. You can actually walk past them because they're noise-sensitive enemies. So, yeah, you can just, like, walk past them in case you're in, like, a really tricky situation. Anyway.
Mm.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out about the difference between the DLC and no DLC routes is that we get a free $50,000 from the DLC, along with a bunch of legendary core crystals, which we can sell for $25,000 a piece. So money routing is not a thing in the DLC category. We have enough money for any item that we want to purchase, so long as we don't like use up those core crystals or anything like that. Very much not the case in the no DLC category, where we have to micromanage our money and basically pick and choose what pouch items we want to buy, when to buy it, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
As for the items that we did buy, we did a quest to receive an Abyss Vest, which increases HP by 24%. We bought a muscle belt and a fluffy hat. I believe he actually bought 2 fluffy hats, which increase strength and ether by 20, respectively, which is a pretty significant buff at this point in the game.
Yeah.
And we also bought Narcisapara jellies, which are a pouch item. He's equipping all of them now. The Narcisapara jellies increase your arts passively over time at 0.4 per second, so that means it's the equivalent of 0.4 of 1 auto attack. It also increases your physical and ether resistance by a noticeable amount, 4 and 3% respectively.
Yeah. Pouch items tend to give like passive buffs to something, and yeah, a lot of the desserts are their main thing is arts regen, and then they always have different things. And Narcisapara jelly being at the very beginning is actually really, really good. This is used in both routes. Like it's picked up for both the no DLC and the yes DLC. It's just a lot easier, obviously, to spend it all. So early on, you're going to be seeing the beginnings of it. You can see on the top right there was like the element trees that you have to go down. We brought Jin into the party. We like Nia. Nia's great. Nia's amazing. However, Jin is because Nia's a healer, Jin is not. There's gonna be a lot more damage generally coming out from Jin with Malos in this part of the party. So yeah, we're making our way into the ancient vessel, which is where Rex is a bloody hell! I've forgotten the term now. It's completely
The salvager.
salvager. Sorry, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
honestly,
all of the rules.
my mind just.
I'm so disappointed.
Look, I've been up for like 14 hours already. Like, I'm tired.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, so he's a salvager. He was asked by this group who called themselves Torna. They call themselves Torna. And he's been asked to kind of make his way. Come with them to salvage this like secret item. And behind the door that this Aligo is defending is a very, very special thing. The door that's kind of like here is basically there's a door that has Adam's crest on it. You remember if you remember Adam from the previous from Torna, he's left these like doors and these locks around, and for some reason they need the right people to a Leftherian to be able to open the door, and that's why they have Rex. But,
Normally you
This
would have to
Aligo
go down
sucks.
to the basement and you would have to find an ether cylinder to restore power to this door and open it. But you notice that he clipped through a wall and then jumped onto a pipe and fell in through the ceiling, bypassing that door. And that's why there's still fog and like no lights in this battle, is because he's never actually restored the power. And so it's a little bit darker, and it's not a massive time save over actually going down and doing it vanilla, but it does save probably about a minute or so. Versus like the intended route, so it's kind of like cool, that nice little out of bounds skip early on in the run.
yeah, this.
You'll also notice that during that fight, he ran away to avoid an AoE attack by the Aligo, which could have killed him. If it had killed him, we would have had to go out of our way to collect the ether cylinder and turn off the power, to restore the power normally, because otherwise we'd have to like do that clip again, which would cost even more time. So just playing it safe and running away, letting Jin and Malos do all the damage.
Yeah, there is a bit of RNG to that as well. Like if you kind of get the right kind of like, if you get like a brave break and topple and all that kind of stuff, and get the right elements going out at the right time, you can speed that fight up. It's really, really weird. But this is our kind of like first proper fight with a blade in hand. So behind the door was Pyra. She's a fire blade, given her name. And so you see on the bottom right, you've got the 2 or the 3 Roman numerals. This is your blade art that will basically get. The more you use your regular arts, that will build up like you'll build up more and more gauge for that, and you can get up to level 1, 2, or 3, and then unlock level 4 again with the maximum affinity. This was mentioned during Torna. So obviously, trying to do the higher the level of the blade art, the more, or the blade special, the more damage you deal. So just trying to get a level 1 and then do a level 4 do a level 4 special at part 2 of the blade combo to try and just output as much damage as possible, because it affects the damage that comes from the combo, but also the dot damage that is done as well from something like a fire tick.
Now, unfortunately, he got toppled right before he was able to get the level 4 special off, so he did not get it as part of the burnout. Still completed the fight reasonably quick. One thing I will point out, which may have saved him, is Malos will not actually use any arts if Rex is beneath, I think it's 20% HP threshold. It's much more prevalent in the Bringer of Chaos speedrun, where the fight takes a lot longer. You get down to that HP threshold, but because of that, Malos was unable to do an art, which would have killed Rex at that percent. So it is still kind of a tutorial fight, so they added that to make it a little easier.
Yeah.
Oh, as mentioned earlier, yeah. So, Sonic is actually using Melia for this section, and is actually gonna let Gravity decide that Ignis fate. Anyway.
Alright, excellent. Cheers. Yeah, so we've kind of left. Obviously, there's a whole big cutscene of after obviously we were fighting Malos, the people that Rex was with. You know, he was hired by them, and they was given a lot of money by them. But they obviously turned on him, and there was a fight. And there was this whole thing where Gramps, the giant Titan that Rex was living on and was kind of working with, gets shot down. So obviously we're trying to find Gramps right now, and there will be a very teary yet fun little moment where Gramps does kind of not make it as he was, but he does become an adorable little tiny dragon.
He's very cute. Yeah.
I really like Gramps, right? Because I'm really kind of, ever since I played Tales of the Abyss, great game, but ever since Mew existed, I've been very kind of skeptical of cutesy mascots in games. But I feel like Gramps was the right type. He looks cute, but he's still very wise, and doesn't have a really squeaky voice. But I guess that's just
one subtle thing that Anil just did in the menu before finding Gramps was that he gave 2 pouch items, which are called love sources, to Rex with Pyra equipped. This is also an item that you get 10 of in the DLC pack, and the love source essentially gives an insane amount of affinity, which can take quite a while to grind out affinity with individual blades, which unlocks several of their ability nodes for both field skills and passives. And so we're going to use close to all of them, not quite all 10, but close to it, on basically every blade that we'll use in the run, essentially to get their entire grid unlocked as soon as we get them, which is kind of a cool little busted thing we get to benefit. They have other benefits too, the love sources, like outside of just unlocking the nodes, but that's like the most obvious one.
Yeah.
Just like
comparison.
Sonic is approaching Fog King, so yeah.
Cool.
Sweet.
Every node on those charts as well does give a little bit of like the blade's actual strength and attack power increases with every single one, including unlocking further levels as well as doing everything else. So yeah, it is really helpful just extra damage. Yeah.
Yeah, so that fight was Brog. The Brog will use
was Brog,
Sumo
yeah.
Press, it was Brog. It'll use Sumo Press, which is an AoE art that blows you down. You saw Anil run away during that art just to not take that damage. And then because the Brog rather had to chase Anil to the other side of the arena, it did not use another art before it died. So pretty easy fight. You'll notice right now that Anil is going to be collecting a bunch of wood collectible spots. He is looking for puzzle tree wood. We need 10 of them to complete the game.
Yeah, there we go. Funnily enough, they're not the rarest type. So there are 3 types of glow on items. Again, this might have been mentioned in Torna: white, gold, and pink. I believe gold is the maximum. That is the most rare. But puzzle tree is actually considered a common, but it can be surprisingly hard to get 10 sometimes. Doing these runs, just bad RNG can catch you. It won't be needed until the following chapter. Chapter 3 is when you'll need that, but it's needed for a part of the main story. So So yeah.
We have plenty of time to get all the collection spots. And what's interesting is the movement paths that we end up taking kind of depend on how many puzzle tree that we have. There's a few different routes that we can take to walk through certain areas to get all the objectives that we need. Some of them will be slightly slower, but have more collection points that we can pick up. So depending on if we want to get those collection points or not, we'll either take the faster route or the slower route as needed.
Yeah. There is like a difference in the way that the collection points work, obviously considered compared to 1, you know, because you have and as well 3, as they have the just one piece that's just left around, whereas you check a node and then the node gives you anywhere between 2 and 5 or 1 and 4 depending on the spot, so it's all over the place. So yeah, and then you got to hope.
Yep, and each item pulled out, 40% chance of it being a puzzle tree wood, so it's not too unreasonable. Although it is a marathon setting, so who knows?
Sometimes it feels like it's a 0% chance, but you know,
I've had runs where I get 10 in like 3 or 4 pulls, and I've had runs where I have 2 or 3 puzzle tree by the time I need it. So
yeah.
If you're not doing 4 skip travels to the timber joint, and you're not doing too bad.
Yeah, Sonic's it's on phase 2 of Fog King, so I'm being,
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, dealing some good damage there as well. So we'll be bringing his run to a close soon, and we'll have double tour on screen. Was that Kino? Let's go.
Yeah, so this section of the game is going to be a lot of collecting things that we'll need later. So part of it is going to be the puzzle tree woods. But in addition, there'll be a weapon chip that Anil will be getting, which will increase Pyro's damage. It's going to be very important. A few other things, but for the most part, just going to be walking around, getting landmarks now, so that we can travel to them later. That kind of stuff.
that should be time for Agnes.
Excellent.
For
Yeah.
Feature Connected. Yeah.
Split. I'll hit the split. I'll hit. Oh no, you've done.
I'll
Okay.
split. Don't worry.
Cool. No
I
worries, excellent.
love the future connected runs. They're so fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's a great one.
It's such a different
thanks,
vibe because they're so much faster and like, you know, snappy compared to the rest. I should probably tell Gren to go.
Yes, you
He's
should.
rolling.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
So thanks for
going,
having me. Yeah, I'll be back later to commentate for DE. But yeah. So and good luck to both the teams. So yeah.
Cheers very much, Aeon. Appreciate it. Good stuff there.
No problem.
Thanks, Frodo.
Yeah, so that time you actually got to see the cross dip. Ooh, what an opening fight.
Yeah, but we also got to see something special too, which was Gren's Rex missing an art attack, which if you might as well get used to for the first several chapters because Rex might as well be fighting with a blindfold on for quite some time.
There is a term that I coined many years ago, or two terms, which is Rexterity.
I love it. It's so good.
The Rexterity and the Agility, which is oh gosh, the combination of Rex having terrible dexterity and Jin being an absolute demon with speed. It's ridiculous.
Not a fun combination either.
No, not at all. But yeah, it is funny. But yeah, I think I've like lost a good more time than I really should have has been spent fighting the cross dip because Rex has missed something. I think in the no DLC run specifically, this is not at all relevant to the run right now, but obviously you didn't see a move called Predation from the Brog, and yeah, you can just Predation is a move where like the Brog will enemies will spawn and the Brog will heal like half his HP by eating a mob, which then you have to fight through the entire thing again. And it's like the chance of that happening when Rex misses and misses and misses, it just increases. I'm just, please.
I will say I raced with ShemCat in this game at a different event, and we did get to see Predation on that fight. We also got to see him get smashed by the Brog, and then we got to see the fight for a second time. So it is possible to see those things in the DLC run, but it's just things have to happen for it to go down.
That fight is also very difficult to kind of get back into the swing of things if you do die, because it's a tutorial fight, so they give you your level 2 blade for free, and you don't get that if you die and you fight a second time.
Yeah, the refight is considerably worse because of that, yeah.
I also want to point out something we did not mention. We're also collecting vegetables throughout the run. We need 12 of any type. It does not matter. Anil already has 6 of them. So one more collection spot pull, and he'll have enough.
So one like tiny thing about this game, I feel like it might just be the general topography of the worlds that we're running around, but I feel like platforming is definitely like a lot more of a considered thing in this game, or at least when it comes to the route. So I find that like things like camera setups and movement, angles will always going to be a big part of this. So generally you might have seen when Gren was doing his early part when he's like talking to NPCs and cutscenes are happening, he'll just like swing cameras around in certain positions because getting around these low locations that have a lot of kind of ups and downs to them, and we utilize a lot of those ups and downs, is quite an important part of the run. So yeah, I don't know, those little things add up.
I think how it's just routed to like work around the leveled maps too. Like when people just jump off the cliff into the Cloud Sea here, for instance. Like I just think it's really cool how it's like routed to like bypass actually taking normal paths by just jumping off of stuff.
Yeah.
And it happens in a lot of the areas like Morardain and et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of cool how whoever came up with the movement routing just did such a great job with it.
It's hard to remember exactly kind of who did specific things when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Because, yeah, I mean, because like we all just do small things. It's like I can't remember if the DLC route does it, but do you do the bit where you talk to the Nopon over and over again in Argentum?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not in Argentum. Sorry. I can't remember the name. The first place.
We do it in Argentum.
We do it in Argentum. So the answer is yes to your question.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like it's one of those things where like there's a box you can stand on, and you just kind of turn around back and speak to the two Nopon, because like it's a really weird thing where like there are loads of random things that you need to do to like fulfill the charts for your blades, and one of them for Tora and Poppy is to speak to like 10 Nopon, but it's not 10 different, it's just different from the last one you spoke to.
Yeah,
so you
just like the same one twice in a row. Yeah, whoever realized that is a brilliant human being.
So this is actually a pretty interesting fight coming up. A pair of fights. We've got a fight. We have to fight a bunch of Ardanian soldiers, and unfortunately the voice lines have been patched, and no one runs on the old patch. But Captain Padrick and we're going to be fighting Bridget again. She's always getting into scraps with the main characters. But yeah, it's one of those things where very early on you don't have many options. It's how to get these, how to try and like get these fights done really quickly is kind of important. There's a big move that's been added into Rex's arsenal called Rolling Smash. It's a big, powerful AoE move. Very slow cooldown compared to other skills, but it does reduce the aggro that's also on Rex. It's very, very important. But at the end of that last fight, you might have seen it on the left-hand side, the words joint combo finish came up, or a fusion combo finish. This is very, very important. There are ways to gain bonus experience in this game, both by doing chain attacks and getting your overkills as normal, but also by getting combo finishes. And our runners are going to be looking for a fusion combo finish to increase the experience gain from the end of this fight. So it's important to kind of get the damage going, start a blade combo, and then hope for the break from Nia, and then trying to finish them off at the same time to get that fusion combo.
And it is possible to get the double stack on a break, which is to say that you get the tier 2 and tier 3s on the same break. But if that window is too tight and the break doesn't happen at like an opportune time, you can just do a 2 into a 4, and that will typically take care of the job anyway. But it does save a little time because you don't have to build the gold affinity for the 4 and wait for the 4.
There it is.
Yep. Speaking of which, Anil just did get the double stack break.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, very nice. Good fight.
Very good fight.
Yeah. See, like, people used to just focus on Padrick, but yeah, you just want to get rid of Bridget as soon as possible. That's a brilliant fight. Any kind of AoE damage that you're doing on Bridget will affect Padrick, and you'll just get through it nice and quickly. So, yeah, really, really well done there from NL. Good fight. And again,
now, he is one.
Go ahead.
He is one level higher than if he got a tier 4 instead of a tier 3, which will actually lose him 3 seconds down the road for being higher level. We'll explain that when it happens.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
Is that the HP value and the drop?
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate HP tick. Yeah.
We haven't really talked about field skills and how they operate yet, have we? Did we talk about it when we burnt down the tree?
We did not.
Can we just say they're not great? Just
yeah, they're not good.
They're an interest. I'll play that guy. They're an interesting approach to getting around the map. They're basically
Love it.
they're basically a
I'll agree with
puzzle.
you.
They are a puzzle. Now the thing is, right, and this is a bit about it. Every single narrative or story mandatory field skill can be checked and cleared without even touching the gacha system. So yeah, it is even the door at the end of the world tree.
But it does lose a lot of time to do so.
Yes, it does. But yeah, it is kind of annoying that but yeah, all the story mandatory ones are done. Gren getting his clip there as well through the ancient vessel. Just as an aside, it really annoys me that the ancient vessel track is so good and only plays there at the beginning.
It's one of the best tracks in the whole game.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah. So also, yeah, now we're getting access to the built-in gacha system. That first core crystal you open is always the same. It's going to be a pair of wind claws, because it's a healing blade. Claws are or gauntlets are a healer blade, and you haven't got a healer right now because Nia's been captured after you fought with Brigid. She's been caught in an ether net, and we need to go and save her now.
Thank you for saying it like that too. I appreciate that a lot.
No worries.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, so even though we have access to the gacha system right now, and we do have, actually I don't think we've got the DLC to get the core crystals yet. But either way, we're not going to be doing any of the summons until Chapter 4. The game gives us 1 minute where we have nothing to do, so we use that minute opportunely to do all the blade pulls.
I love that is a thing. I know it's annoying we have to spend a minute anyway, but it's... Yeah.
Well, it's annoying that it takes longer than a minute.
yeah, there is that, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of time gained and lost to the gacha system.
Gren now on his Malos fight. We'll keep an eye on that one. See if he doesn't get if he doesn't get toppled and can get that faster fight. Man, I love this game.
I guess another thing that I didn't mention earlier when we were talking about Rex missing is he can also have his arts and attacks blocked, which immensely reduce the damage. And if it happens during an auto attack you're trying to do an art off of, then it interrupts that and you have to start the chain of those auto attacks over again. Gren just had one of his arts blocked, which again just reduces damage. Unfortunately, doesn't reduce his ability to build his special gauge, but it can be something that can be kind of annoying early on.
One thing I find as well about that dodging mechanic, or at least a thing that's important about the dodging mechanic, because I believe it, at least in some routes in the past, I correct me if it's one of those things where it doesn't actually matter. But when you're using specials, you actually have an increased chance to block. Because when it comes to blade specials, you kind of throw the weapon to your blade and they'll do a thing, and you're kind of like free to run around. And you know you actually kind of can get blocks, which is why sometimes when Malos is throwing his weapon over to I can't remember his name. Is it Razor or Sever? That's one. He has an increased chance to block in those moments, and the bounce off an auto attack, as Mutsi was saying, just sucks. But yeah, it is one of those things that if you know about that, you can kind of time things around it. If you know like the general flow of battle, and if you're using it, you can use it to your advantage. I hope it does get used. I remember an old strat years ago on the final boss where you use a special at the right time to hopefully get a block on the big beam. But
I don't believe there are any like required blocks to survive in the run anymore.
No, fair enough. That's good. that is a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, rolling the dice 5 hours in was never a good thing back in the day.
Yeah, so this fight, the Crabble here, really easy fight. Back in the day, it used to not be. So this Crabble kind of hits like a truck, although we got an affinity node on Rex to increase agility by 20, which basically doubles his ability to dodge, so you don't actually get hit by the attacks that would normally do like half your health in one go.
This is where the fusion combo bonus experience does help. Having an extra level is nice.
Yes.
People might look at you funny though, so watch out.
Al Weaver, let's go.
We're here.
So?
Yeah, so basically right now we have to complete these two mini quests kind of. It's part of our main quest, but there's two different parts to it. The first one was to kill that Crabble, and the other is to obtain 3 Bion connectors. You can obtain Bion connectors either from buying it from the shop, which is much quicker for us because we have as much money as we want from the DLC, or you can go salvaging, which would obviously take much more time. But conveniently, we can just purchase these items and then proceed with the run.
The reason we're doing this is Tora is a little tiny Nopon who saved us after we were being chased by Brigid. He's the chap that you see on the layout right now. Hello, Tora. Tora is a rather kind of, let's say, creative Nopon. He's making himself an artificial blade. He always wanted to be a driver, which is the name of people who fight alongside blades. But he's not one. But he never had the aptitude. One of the this chapter is called aptitude. One of the cutscenes that we skipped, there's like a guy who wants to enlist and join the Moradane army, and grabs a core crystal, and he kind of like explodes with I want to say blood, but it's probably not blood. Ether, let's say. Yeah, it kind of just gets drained of all of his power for a little bit, and it just goes to hospital. And Tora, unfortunately, doesn't have aptitude to be a true driver, so he's going to make a blade. And the Bion connectors are there to help him create that blade, who has been made. Her name is Poppy, and she's the best.
It actually is blood, by the way, because there is a scene where Tora complains that he had a bloody nose for 3 days straight.
That is true, yes.
So now Anil's gonna cash in the second component of the DLC, which is specifically for Poppy and Poppy's build. Poppy's build works a little bit different than the rest of the blades, where you can use crystals earned in the minigame that Anil intentionally lost in order to build things that you can apply to her. This is things that some runners will do in some routes. I know in the route that Quadriceps developed, it's kind of important for a number of reasons. I actually don't know that Anil does it, though.
Yeah, there are a few differences between the routes that our two runners are going to be doing. Gren is following Quadriceps' route with some improvement since they both run this game most recently. They've both been inactive for a bit for various reasons. But yeah, so there will be some route differences. I did notice one with accessories purchased earlier, which I believe will be a difference. We'll see when Gren gets there to see if he does what I think he does. But right now, this is the counting Nopons that Bowie alluded to earlier. Basically, one of Poppy's skills on her affinity tree is in order to unlock it, we need to talk to 20 Nopons. You can talk to the same Nopons as long as you don't talk to the same one back to back. So conveniently, these two Nopons are right next to each other, so we can talk to them 20 times and unlock the skill that way.
Yeah. And this is where the topography of the maps helps. So there is a box here, and you can just about reach both of them just by turning around and turning around and turning around. Earlier, also ran across a beam, jumped down to a lower level to grab a chest, which had a core chip in it. And yeah, that's going to go into that's going to be used to increase the damage from our blades. I noticed actually another difference. Again, it doesn't really matter what the no DLC does, but because that isn't the run going on. But there is actually another one that we pick up in Gormott. Like the Gormott running around exploration thing is much longer in no DLC, so it's cool that you don't need to do that here. But yeah.
Yeah, so we just received 2 special core crystals. These core crystals are not really part of the gacha mechanic. They are guaranteed blades. One of which contains the blade Crossset, which will be our main for the run. We will summon that on Nia later on. And the other contains Corbin, which is going to be on Rex for the beginning part of this run. And will be summoned in the next menu that Anel's about to do.
Yeah. So they're very, very powerful blades, obviously. The big thing about Crossset is Crossset has a very particular passive ability that every time you pick up a healing potion, Crossset becomes more powerful, and Crossset is a healing blade. She's one of the balls, and Nia being a healer, it's helpful for her to use it. But yeah, she'll be able to stack so many attack. I can't remember what the cap is. Yeah, what's the cap?
500%.
500%. Yeah. Okay,
it's it's absolutely insane.
Sure.
There are fights that we will pick up 7 or 8 potions if we can. But it's the stack is just unreal. Dude, Crossset gets super duper mad, and she earns every bit of it.
Yep. So at base, without leveling up that skill at all, you gain 60% additive damage per potion, up to 500% max. And then each time you level it up, it becomes an additional 10% increase to your base damage. So say we level it up to level 3, that's each potion is increasing our damage by an additive 80%, which, as you can imagine, gets very, very stupid very, very quickly. There's the reason she is the main for the whole run.
Yeah. Corbin as
Corbin,
well.
on the other hand, he's a really powerful light blade with an incredibly high base attack power, and so both being a light element, which several of the bosses in the late game are weak to, and also just having an outstandingly high attack number, Corbin's just like super great for a high DPS like really quickly early on and in the late game.
Yep, so to answer the question from earlier, Anil did do Poppy Swap, and he created Hunter's Chemistry. Hunter's Chemistry is normally an Ox Core that you can equip on any blade. You can think of Ox Core as like accessories for blades. That basically increases the amount of affinity at the start of a battle by I think it's 150 or 175. A pretty substantial increase to your base affinity. That allows you to reach gold affinity faster, which, if we have not mentioned, gold affinity will increase your damage. It'll increase the recharge rate of your arts if they're level 2. Basically, it'll all of your level 1 arts will become level 2 arts, 2 will become 3, etc. It also allows you to use your level 4 blade special. So if we can reach that earlier, we can start using our strong attacks earlier, increase our damage earlier, and complete fights much quicker if we have that.
If I'm not mistaken as well, this might be me misremembering because it's been a while. But isn't Hunter's Chemistry also the one that requires you to kind of be the initiator on battle, which I think all of the bosses are just, every boss you fight is just default set to that, so you get the buff anyway, or something like that, which is really interesting. So here's that 3-second time loss that they were mentioning earlier. So if you'd like to explain this, because it's silly.
Yep. So right now, Anil has to wait 3 seconds here before he jumps off. Otherwise, when he reaches the ground, he will die. Where if you are at level 7, because this game does not round integers correctly, if you are at level 7, you don't need to wait. You will hit the ground at 1 HP. It basically it'll get rid of like 50% of your health on the first jump, and then 20%, and then 30%, or something like that. But the way that it rounds the numbers on each of those segments, if your HP ends with a 1, which it conveniently does at level 7, if your HP ends with a 1, you don't need to wait. You'll survive the fall with 1 HP.
Really silly. Always a bit of fun though.
And I think there's only 2 levels where that's the case. It's level 1, and then it's like level 90 something. Well, the New Game Plus runners would know what level that is because they use it. But it's like 92, I think. You survive.
Has many amazing places in it. Poppy power. Rest and enjoy view for a bit.
So the end of this chapter is when we're going to have our first split, as you may have seen from this one, is Morag. We're going to be fighting Morag in a bit. We've got to rescue Nia first, rescue her properly. So now that we have infiltrated this Ardanian battleship, we can make a bid to save Nia. Just a few small things that we need to do that. Just like getting through this dungeon, if you will, this mini dungeon. And here you can see the early field skills coming out. Poppy has super strength, and you need that to be able to pull the thing, to pull around the little crank. So off we go. Most of these enemies can just be ignored. Sometimes they don't even aggro you like that. Sometimes they will. I mean, the aggro is turned off.
Well, we disabled aggro.
Yeah, it's turned off. But even if they did aggro you, luckily the majority of these doors are auto open anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, even though it's turned off, luckily this is fine. That will matter later. It would have mattered later on if you got engaged by enemies.
And I just want to point out on Gren's screen right now, he purchased the leather gloves accessory. This increases Rex's dexterity by 20, which is actually pretty good for the early fights because dexterity becomes a problem. That is a difference in the route between him and Anil, where Anil, I believe, had a damage boosting accessory instead at this point.
Yeah, I think he just stuck to the belt and the fluffy hat.
Yeah.
Charge.
Yep. So for this fight, so one of Corbin's passive abilities increases his damage when at max affinity. This stacks on top with the damage increase that you already get for being at max affinity. So what he did there is he built up his level 2 on the weaker enemy, and then as soon as he got gold affinity, he unleashed his level 2 on the stronger enemy, and because of the damage buff, it was enough to kill him with just that special alone.
Now we saved Nia. This is actually the first time we get a full party of characters that we can use as well. We're going to use our other DLC, Core Crystal, to get Crossset, and Crossset will pretty much become who Nia's going to use for essentially the rest of the run. I mean, there's times where we add other things to her, but as far as like her and Rex's blades, we're pretty set on everybody. Anil does some of his core crystal pulls in chapter 2, which you don't see everyone do. He's already got one Earth Blade and Telos, which has the leaping ability, which both are useful for the speedrun, which is a nice start.
Yeah, so we'll explain what the different blades do when we have that minute where they'll be pulling more blades later on. I do know that of the blades that he just pulled, Perun and Telos are both useful, and we will, like I said, we'll explain that when it makes sense to.
Yeah, that's a great combo.
He pulled Ursula. Did he pull any other rares?
I just saw Nim. Or
Okay,
Florin.
Nim.
Florin.
Oh, it's Florin? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm updating that. I missed the first one because I didn't have the tab open because I didn't think he was going to pull blades right now. Yep. Just in case anyone's keeping track of bingo, keeping track of it. I did a run this past weekend where I got, I think it was like 15 electrics and no earths.
That's the best. That's when you just turn the console off and go take a nap instead. And
I pulled Electra 3 times. Like I pulled Electra, released
Yeah.
Electra to get compassion boosters, used the compassion
Yeah,
boosters to get increased chance of earth blades, and I got Electra again off the compassion booster. 3 times.
So now Anil just used some more of the love sources I mentioned earlier, and now we've unlocked all the nodes on Pyra, Corbin, and Crossset. And so now we can start to build Crossset's ability for the potion damage boost that we referenced earlier, which is essentially attained by being in fights with Crossset and Pyra both active at the same time. And so we kind of have it routed when we'll be able to aggro enough enemies throughout the run to level it up a specific way and kind of maximize it without spending as little extra time as possible to do that. Each growth increases the percent that each potion increases the damage. I think he is the only person that does that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, most runners will do it. It is kind of a finicky trick, and I know that Anil is not as practiced as he would have liked to be. He hasn't got a chance to do a lot of D-Rust runs for this after being inactive. So he probably just wanted the more consistent, like, take the 10 to 15 second time loss instead of doing the skip. But I know that Gren has been doing it, so we'll see that later on. Yeah, so right there, he only collected like a few potions, and that increased his damage significantly, and Dougal just kind of melted. That's me.
We're here.
Yep.
Okay, let's make a start.
I think we can handle this lousy bunch. Keep eye on it.
Sure. Yeah. Ha. Don't say it. Sure. Eagle eye. Why not? Sure.
So this right here is gonna kill because that's just how strong Crossset is. Yeah, so Crossset, along with Gathering Sparks, which is the ability to do more damage based on how many potions you have, Crossset also has an ability called Alchemy Adept, which increases fusion combo damage by 30%. Fusion combo is already the strongest form of damage in this game, which that's doing a driver combo and a blade combo at the same time. Yeah, by combining those two skills together, you do Crossset's tier 4 special on a break or on a topple, or a double stack break or double stack topple, and it doesn't matter how much HP you have, you're not surviving.
Yeah. Then once someone's on a topple too, like it's just the multiplier is just so crazy that it goes from 0 to 100,000 in 10 seconds of attack animations basically. Now Anel's actually going to tag this spot here now in order to try to get his last couple of puzzle trees. He got 2 there, so I think he has 10 now. I thought he had 8.
I think you're correct, yeah.
Going into the battleship, so I do think he got the 2 that he needed. If you have all 10, you can bypass tagging this skip travel location because it is a little bit out of the way, and you can run to it manually when we do have to revisit it. It's not like a huge time loss. If
it's only like 3 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's really, really small, so not a big deal. And there is one more pull target up here. If you do need one more, it's like your last-ditch effort before you're for sure losing time because of wood. But I guess I think he has 10, so he should be good.
I'm pretty sure he's all set.
Meanwhile, Gren is finishing up his artificial blade stuff. He's just going to buy the Bion connectors, go back to Tora's house, and then he is also going to intentionally fail the Tiger game. Anil did accidentally mash through and use the claw once, so this is an opportunity for Gren to save, like, I don't know, 40 frames really easily.
Probably not even.
So I'm really, just keep your eyes peeled on Gren's screen for the frame perfect Tiger movement here. Yeah. Dropping the claw too. I don't even know what these guys are doing. My God, disappointed.
Are they just mashing A? Is that all that is?
Yeah, they just mashing.
You don't need to.
It doesn't.
Why are they mashing?
That's awesome. So now he's gonna head back to Argentum, and he's going to also get his DLC for Tora, and then pick up the Crossset and Corbin crystals.
Right now, narratively, what we're trying to do is we're trying to go to the World Tree. We need to get there by boat or by Titan. Tora's, I think, uncle, Uman, lives over here in Uman Shipyard, and supposedly he has a way to get us there. So we need to make our way to him. That's why we need the 10 puzzle tree wood. It's to help repair the Titan ship. Yeah, so this quest right here, Uman ship, we need to get 10 puzzle tree. We need to collect a few other items as well, which Anil is now traveling to.
This is why we ran up to this area earlier. We tagged this area for the skip travel location, and also as Hybrid mentioned, to grab some vegetables. We're going to grab some more of them to try to get our total of 12.
Which I think he has exactly 12.
Yeah, that's the dream, because he didn't lose any time either. If you are short on the first pull, it is possible with a passive ability that Crossset has that can proc and can double, I think it is, the amount of vegetables you get, and it basically makes it so it is impossible to be short. But if you don't need it, obviously that animation is just a little bit of a time waste.
That said, you could also not get the animation and end up being one short, so he actually kind of lucked out.
Which is way worse, yeah.
Yeah, saved a few seconds there, because he didn't get the RNG animation.
So now we give him all this stuff, and he agrees to build the boat, but then lets us know that he actually doesn't have a Titan to use it, and so now he kind of puts us in charge of going to find one, but there has to be a high tide in order to do that. So now the game's going to explain how to change the tides of the Cloud Sea mechanic by sleeping for a long period of time at the inn.
What will we find?
Yeah, so whenever you stay at an inn, you have the option to redeem any bonus experience that you've gotten for experience. Most of the time, we'll be redeeming experience to get to as high a level as possible, although there are a few cases, if you have too much bonus experience, you may want to tone it down one level, because we'll later on have an accessory to do more damage to higher level enemies. That'll come into play Chapter 7 or so, that might become a factor. Or even Chapter 9, I think there's a fight where it might matter. But in two of the different Titans, Gormott being one, and then Moradin being the other, they have this mechanic known as the Tide. So if you do a long stay at the inn as opposed to a short stay, that'll be enough time for the tide to either rise or lower, which will change the overworld map. So you can see right now, as Anil is jumping off this cliff, there's a high tide, so the Cloud Sea is actually here. If it was a low tide, we would have just fallen into the abyss and died. This would not be a place where we could travel right now.
It is kind of a cool mechanic to introduce in the map that, you know, the tide affects locations that are opened and closed off. It kind of gives you some new places to explore. And if you see places early on that you're like, I don't know how to get to this island that you see out in the distance or something, a lot of that has to do with the tides. And it's a cool little, like, I guess, like, active map changing of kind of what you're able to get to. And
it did throw me off a little bit casually, though, because there's some side quests that you can only do on one of the two tides, and the game doesn't tell you why you don't have a waypoint.
It does get. I mean, the waypoint for finding that Titan, I think, is actually really confusing casually.
Yeah,
it's really, really hard and difficult to understand where to go if you don't fully get that code. Especially for it being the first time that it's necessary, it's kind of tough. So yeah, rough moment though.
Yeah, there's a lot of waypoints in this game that can be kind of confusing, to be honest. Yeah, directions are not the strong suit for this game at all. Chapter 4 Factory says hi.
The game just needs a Tatsu that just tell you exactly which way to go. So now Gren's picking up his Woodchip, and he is going to head to the battleship himself. I didn't see exactly how many puzzle tree wood he has, so we'll see if he does this pull here to grab any, or if he's set.
Did we touch upon the Woodchip earlier? I don't know if we did. So the Woodchip is a very strong weapon chip. It's like a Chapter 4 or 5 equivalent weapon chip. We were able to open the chest because we have Nopon Wisdom on Poppy, which was the talking to the Nopons in Argentum that we did. That, along with Super Strength that Poppy also has, allows us to open that chest. I don't think you're really expected to have these skills at this point in time, because it's also level 3 on Poppy's affinity chart, which is needed or obtained from the love sources. As you can see, Gren just survived at 1 HP because it's level 7. Yep, 3 seconds. Agnes making a comeback.
It doesn't matter. It's all for naught. He still used the claw on Tiger, so I don't.
You're right.
Care. All right, now, hey, Anel's about to meet of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 fame, Van Damme, Zuo, the whole gang. Yeah, I was loving it.
Yeah, I think you will just die to a break here, and that's it.
Yeah, one move that, or one thing in the menu that Anil did earlier that Gren will also do is we changed one of the art abilities on both Crossset and on Corbin. The thing we put on Crossset is called Acrobatic Bomber, which is her breaking art that we referenced before, but it also just does like a ton of damage itself as an art, and so you'll kind of see it.
And it's an AoE art as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it should be, but it does have an area of effect, and so it's really sick that it can do that along with its breaking ability.
Yeah, it's a very good art. It's a very, very good art.
Wow!
It paralyzes a lot.
Wow! Well,
Yep. Yep, so one thing I do want to point out is Gren is now approaching that clip that we had mentioned earlier that Anil opted not to do. He's going to have to travel upstairs and then walk a little bit, but the clip involves controlling Dromark. When Nia is controlling Dromark, Nia rides on his back, and that actually gives a different collision than if you're playing as any other character. Each driver actually has their own different collision, so like Nia is a slightly different size than Rex, slightly different size than Tora, which for the most part doesn't matter for anything in the game, except for Dromark. When you're riding Dromark, his collision box sticks outward a little more, which will allow you to catch a piece of geometry and to be able to clip through a certain fence. So Gren is about to show that off right now. It's a little finicky, but it's not usually too bad. And if you get it first try, it'll save like 15 seconds or so. So if you get it within the first few tries, it ends up saving time over the alternative.
I also know it goes without saying, but Nia riding Dromark is definitely just looks cool. Like, it just looks. I just like it. Makes me happy.
time to burn. Go, great
Now it gets interesting.
Rolling smash. Dolphin space.
Got it well in hand.
Okay. Oh, no, you don't. This is what I'm going to get in our way. Healing super.
Rolling smash.
On you go. Time to burn.
Topple them.
The muscle slash!
Sure.
Burn out topple.
Nicely done. Sure. Let me do it.
Okay.
Yeah, so right there, Nia using Burnout did not kill. Vandam, basically a coin flip as to whether or not he uses the move that launches or the move that has an evade on it. He did the move that doesn't evade. If he had launched, Crossset has another ability which increases damage to launched enemies, and had Vandam launched, not only would the launch have done more damage because it's a higher stage of the fusion combo, but Nia does additional damage to launched enemies, and the fight would have been over right there if Vandam had cooperated. Not too much of a time loss that he didn't, but it could have been faster with some good RNG.
You may have seen one thing that can happen with the dolphin spin and any what arts that cause potions to pop off of the enemy on Gren's screen, that two of them popped on top of nearby objects, and he went to try to grab both of them, but sometimes you don't have to be on them, you just have to be close enough, but he was unable to grab either of them, and sometimes your potions can just land at kind of like in an unreachable place, which just kind of sucks, but obviously, he just kind of continued and grabbed some other ones instead, and then just cleaned up the end of the Dougal fight.
Yeah, the other thing that I don't know if we mentioned is after beating Dougal, we get a pouch expansion kit, which allows you to equip 2 pouch items on a single driver. We use that on Nia, and her second pouch item is a Whisper Quarter, which makes her special passively charge at the rate of 1 per second, I believe. So you don't need to do arts to charge the special. It'll charge passively on its own as well. You'll see that Anil is throwing rocks at some of the enemies as we're walking by using the in-game lure command. That will get us 1 more encounter with both Crossset and Pirate in the party, which will increase the gathering sparks.
We get up here and we find that there's this Titan that has died, and then we realize that it is next to what is called the Elder Arachno, and one of the greatest blades in all of Xenoblade Chronicles, called Wolfric. Fight can be a little sketchy if things go awry. She has some pretty crazy moves. She has one that she can slam the entire party and cast her to blow down on everyone, which kind of sucks. Ideally, we try to just build a typical tier 1, 2, and 4 of all fire elements, which will take her down. If you get a break, you can kill with a tier 3, just depending after you grab a potion.
So if you get 5 potions, you can just do a tier 4, but if not, you can do a tier 3.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yep. If you had gotten hit by the Queen Bomb, you would have been blowed down, and it slows you down by a few seconds.
Yeah, lovely. You gotta love when the game actually gives you the breaks you want. Yeah, I know. Just wait till Ion. Don't worry, don't worry.
We're here. Okay, let's make a start.
Just keep wheeling on it. We'll make it through this.
I'm counting on you. Yeah. You think you're clever?
Sure.
Yeah, so this fight's really silly. He's actually dead.
Remember to follow me. Over to you, Rex.
Go for. Don't mind if I do. You goddamn motor. Tora, keep up. Go. Tora, right on.
It looks like he has gold affinity right now with Corbin too, so Corbin should be hitting like a freaking truck on this chain attack.
Yep, and one thing that I want to mention about fusion combos, and I don't know if we covered earlier or in the corner run, so they happen when you do a special, a blade special for a blade combo, while a driver combo is active. While that driver combo is active, so say for example the same break that you did a blade special on, for the remainder of that break, the party does increase damage. So what happened is we did a topple during for a fusion combo, and then the first 2 arts or specials used in the chain attack, which were Crossset and Corbin, those specials hit while the topple was still active. So those specials did increase damage, and Crossset's ability of doing increased fusion combo damage does apply to that state. So yeah, that HP bar just kind of disappeared because we stacked all these different things together.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to be making our way to it's Sponsor Mimer, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So the capital of Uriah. We're not done yet with our educative journey with Vandom. But yeah, we're going to have a nice little movement section here, which is kind of cool. Making our way there. This again, there was before we found a skip to get through a particular gate. There used to be this whole thing about like getting the right kind of like equipment set up to like move around, but when this skip was found, it made things a lot easier. Normally you'd need to use a field skill to drain water on the way to the capital, but we can just like skip that whole thing entirely. That's a fairly older find. Like it's not even like close to being like brand new or anything, but maybe I want to say like 2018 that was found. 27 yeah I think 2018 that was found. So a fairly old thing, but again, one of those bits of like quality of life to a run that just got rid of a lot of tricky and annoying platforming and movement.
Congratulations, guys!
Yep. So this fight is Zeke. He's the best character in the game. Don't worry about it.
That's not true because the best character in the game is on Zeke's shoulder, and his name is Turders. All
You're,
right.
you're actually right. You're
All
actually
right. Yeah. All right. Good. As long as we're clear on that.
Yep, yeah, no, you're right. I forget that Turders exist, but every time he's brought up, I am reminded. But Zeke is very frail. Zeke uses Pandoria as a blade. She is an attacker blade with very, very poor defense. So we'll take advantage of that. What we'll do is, I believe it's a burnout. I don't even think it's like a full combo. And that'll kill on a tier 4. Yeah, this is going to be double stacked on a break as well, so he's very, very dead.
This is also going to be the first
topple
instance
instead,
of our,
but still dead.
this is going to be our first instance of the zombie hover that was
It
referenced earlier in the Torna DLC. You can do it with a nice little timing method coming out of this cutscene. If either of you want to explain it, feel free.
Yeah, so you'll see that Anil is waiting 2 seconds before skipping that cutscene. While he's doing that, he is holding a particular button combo. So you see that Nia just spawned in kind of a weird state. Basically, there is a debug combo that the devs left in the game where if you hold all 4 shoulder buttons down on the D-pad and X, you hold those 6 buttons for 5 seconds, the game will just kill you. Which is really interesting. This can happen almost anywhere in the game. It can actually happen on the main menu. If you pull out your game right now and try it, you will crash the game on the main menu because there is no character to kill. But yeah, you hold down those buttons and you'll die. What happens is if that timing lines up such that you enter that killed state while your character hasn't yet fully spawned, you'll kind of spawn in a state where the game thinks you're dead, but you're not dead, so you can like walk around, but you also can't die because you're already dead. The main advantage to that, there's 2 main things that affects. One is you don't take any environmental damage. You cannot die from environmental damage. So we'll use that to avoid some steam later on in Chapter 4 that would normally kill us if we try to walk through it. But right now, the advantage to that is that we don't take fall damage, which saves a significant amount of time in Chapter 6, but also a reasonable amount of time right now, which is why we entered the state here. The other thing that we use it for is to skip cutscenes, which we'll explain that in Chapter 5 when that becomes relevant. Or Chapter 4 might be used. I don't know if it's used in this category. I know it's used in another one. But this is right here is the tardy gate skip that Bowie was talking about. This comes back to Dromark having different geometry than other characters. So if Nia is riding Dromark, she can align herself a certain way with this wall. And then when you switch characters... and it doesn't have to be the character you're controlling. It can be any character in the party. It like shifts your geometry a little bit, right? So if you think about Dromark, when Nia is riding Dromark's back, Nia is raised a little bit higher because she's on Dromark's back. So like her Z position is going to be a little bit higher, or Y position. When you switch characters, it like respawns your player at whatever your position is. So, but because Nia is a little bit higher than normal, that extra height that we get pushes us up into the ceiling and allows us to clip through that wall.
Super nice. Funnily enough, because of the lack of aggro, they could just run and like press the button anyway, but it's slower than running up and just doing a menu. So,
yep. Yeah, that's a little bit faster than normal. It probably saves like 7 or 8 seconds. You have to watch a short little animation of the water actually draining from there. Although in no DLC you would not be able to activate that normally because there's some combat that you would need to avoid. So
yeah.
But in this category, it's just a good 7 or 8 second save.
All right, Gren's heading into his Van Damme fight. The fight's pretty straightforward, but it can be a little tricky at times. So hopefully he gets some good RNG and everything goes well. So just gonna keep it on him. Meanwhile, Anil's just heading to Fun Mesa.
Yeah, Van Damme's a reasonably consistent fight now. The only thing is if he evades the majority of Crossset's tier 2, like that's where you do most of the damage in this fight. So if he evades that, it can kind of become a problem, but otherwise it's pretty consistent.
There. We were talking about the AoE of the break earlier, and he just got the break on both of them. If you kind of see that it pops up on both Zuo and Van Damme, you can kind of see that it's kind of cool that it is able to do that on both, and then any AoE damage you get is obviously going to be affected by that, which is sick. So now he's trying to clean up Van Damme. He got his tier 1 from Tora, and now he is going to do a tier 2 with Crossset. This will do a volcano, which will then do some AMDOT with fire damage. You see those orange ticks. This will not be the only time we use this. We'll use it during chain attacks to get as much bonus damage as we can earlier, and it's just kind of a cool mechanic that after you do the joint fusion combo, you're able to continue to get some nice damage over time from the passive damage ticks of the volcano itself. So a pretty good fight overall for Gren.
Yep, so the amount of damage that you do for a damage over time is based on how much damage the special did that activated that damage over time. So for different blade specials will do different effects. So Volcano, for example, does a damage over time. Burnout does a damage over time. A number of them do. You'll notice that Crossset's damage over time was doing like 2,000 per tick. You'll notice that Corbin's was doing like 200 per tick. That's just how strong Crossset is.
Anel's going to be fighting my father here. The violent driver. The angriest driver.
Right.
There's a story here that I don't know if
That's a
you're gonna
really
tell us.
dark thing to say, but...
No, my dad is just one of those road rage individuals. He gets really mad really quickly.
Okay.
And so every time I fight this guy, it just makes me think of that. Cracks me up.
I think...
The violent driver is a pretty straightforward fight. He can do an attack called somersault kick, which can cause a knockdown. Yeah. But ultimately, you just try to kill him, doing a tier 1, tier 2 with Crossset straight up, and after you grab a couple potions, you can usually take care of business.
This fight was actually one of the first times I experienced like that whole kind of the multiplicative stacking damage. There's like an old clip of like when runs were again first kind of happening here. I just had like this really clean fight. This is when strats weren't, you know. We were still. I don't think we were. I think we were still using Pyro back then. At this point.
We hadn't yet discovered just how busted fusion combos are as back then.
Yeah. So it was one of those things. I just remember I got like a really big hit and just did like I think it was at the time like a third of his HP or a half, and I was just like, oh my god, Jesus Christ. But oh man, just shows how far the game's come. Just a small thing from me to gush about Xenoblade 2. This game does this game does a fantastic job when it comes to world building and general kind of like I guess like I guess I'm just gonna go with world building. I think it's the best word to use here, just because I'm a big fan of global dubbing, and I think that having a variety of sounds and a variety of accents from all over the world, not just one region, actually creates a better overall sound. And Xenoblade 2 does a very good job of making every single country and every single Titan you go to have, you know, its own people with its own kind of like
I seriously
sound.
love that about this game. I talk about that all the time. I really do. I think it's just like a cool little subtle way to use the English dub in like a way that I think really benefits the game and like makes the countries kind of unique in their own way. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, Indeed. This is the concept that did not exist at all in the original Japanese voice acting. So it's very good addition to the English localization.
Yeah, I think like, it's just one of those things I like for voiceover as well. You know, when you go, it's kind of funny when you play a game, right, and you travel halfway across the world and everyone sounds exactly the same wherever you go. It's kind of like building that up really makes you feel like you're in a different place, you know. And yeah, I think it was just a really good thing. I think Uriah was that first shout because, you know, okay, I could recognize a variety of accents from, you know, my homeland, but you know, it's one of those things where, you know, I heard some Welsh, I heard a bit of, you know, I guess the odd Cockney here and there, you know, Rex is northern, but then to go to a fully like Australian location like this was just like, oh my god, that's awesome. But yeah, just a quick gush there for that. But,
Yeah, so the fight that we're about to approach is Malos and Akos. We call it Makos, and this is probably one of the harder fights in the run, up until recently, where we added some consistency via a Poppy Swap item, which Anil did not do. So for him, this is probably going to be his hardest fight in the run. So we'll see how this goes. The general strategy is to build up some HP potions while fighting Akos, but you need to not get too many of them, because if you get too many HP potions, you'll pull in aggro from Malos, and then he'll topple you. He'll do a ton of damage. You might die. It's very troubling.
Yeah. this fight also has, I think you might have seen it earlier if you were a bit slower here and there, but there's also, like, if you look on the far right of the blade combo, you've got Seal, Self-Destruct, Affinity Down, all that kind of stuff, and then Seal, Shackle, Blade. Shackles are a thing in this game where you can have either your drivers or your blades shackled, so they are unusable. And if the fight goes on long enough to certain points as well, you can basically lose control of, you know, you lose that ability to kind of do things. There you go. So the drivers get pushed. And yeah, so you kind of have to deal with this, and depending on how long this fight goes on. I think you need to get one of the two members down to 50%, I think it is, to kind of like, yeah.
And
to go
Agnes has
to
less
phase
HP,
2.
so it makes more sense.
Yes. So yeah, we want to kind of like just focus on Agnes, get him down to 50%, go into phase 2, which is generally a little easier.
He did get the break here, so he is fine. I think he had enough potions to kill even without the break. I'm not quite sure. So, looks good.
The first phase could be a little sketchy, predominantly because Rex can just choose not to have his tier 2 ready before the Shackle Blade gets done, which is really problematic because then your tier 1 will run out likely before you're unshackled and can do the tier 2, and the backup is really annoying. So as long as you can get the tier 1 and tier 2 combo before the checkmate goes off, the fight is usually fine.
So narratively, this is a big moment because Rex, if you look over here, over there for him, he's got a different laser sword. Mithra has awoken. Everything was going tits up for the heroes. Malos and Agnes are doing pretty damn well, and there is a body in the background that you might see. If you liked Vandom, I'm sorry. And basically that meant that Mithra, who has, as you saw earlier, well, I mean, if they mentioned it earlier in the commentary, I didn't hear maybe that particular part. Mithra kind of like went to sleep and created Pyra and did an alternate version of herself, you know, to kind of take the wheel basically. But Mithra has awoken, and the true power of the Aegis or part of the power of the Aegis is now unleashed. So all the things that Mithra can do, foresight to have like great evasion, all that kind of stuff, and now a light element blade. We were talking about how Corbin's light element, not many, you don't really get much access to light, so having Corbin as a light blade is really important, or really helpful.
I think one of the things that he said about Xenoblade Chronicles 3 that it does that's really, really impressive is that it manages to have Van Damme alive in the game for an even shorter amount of time in this game.
Yeah, well, it was literally a cutscene, wasn't it? Let's go.
I just want to say that
really
he's getting
stepped
really
their game
bad
up
right now.
He's getting banged up. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was hit out of 2 of his break arcs, which interrupted his break. If you get a break on Malos, you can just kill him off of that from the fusion combo. But without the break, you have to do a lot of extra work, like he's currently doing. And he had 2 breaks in a row get interrupted as he tried to use them.
So there goes Malos is down, our tankier of the 2. But again, he's weak to light, so you can just body him. Oh no, he's ice there.
He's
isn't
not
he?
weak to light.
Yeah, he's ice because he's with Sever. Sorry.
Yeah, he's weak to ice.
No.
Red didn't get an amazing overkill. 272% for that XP is fine. It's
okay,
not ideal, but it's certainly not going to be problematic as long as he gets enough XP in other fights.
Ready on that split as well for Kevis as we take down Malos and Agnes.
Yeah, so there is a strategy with this fight where you can do a fusion combo on Malos and get the AoE to also hit Agnes, and if you do that, the fight's over incredibly quickly. Unable to get the fusion combo and unable to line up the AoE as well, so took Anil a little bit of time there, but not too bad.
There is another strat that you can use on that fight that's way cooler, but I won't talk about it because I don't know if Gren's gonna do it. If Gren does it, then we'll can talk about it then. I really hope.
Yeah, Gren does not do it.
That's a shame.
Yeah, no, there is a strategy where you can use Corbin's special 2, which increase knockback, and you can push Malos and Agnes off the cliff with it, which is much faster. The reason that we don't do it in this category is because we want the XP for getting a fusion combo.
Yeah, that's the one drawback is that you will definitively get less experience. So.
With that,
it's also less consistent. But I guess neither is really totally consistent. So.
Just real quick, we're just going to have a quick commentator change up. I'm going to go back to just overseeing things. And Evan XC is going to be joining Hybrid and Mutsky here to continue talking about the game. So I'll be back in a bit to do a little bit more later, I think, towards the end of Xenoblade 2 as well. But I'll leave you in the capable hands of these three. So enjoy the rest of the run.
Thanks for hanging, Bowie. Love you.
Yeah, thanks, Bowie.
My pleasure.
You were awesome. Thanks for hanging. Evan,
So
what's
he's
up?
not actually
Over.
gone, so we can't make fun of him. It's unfortunate.
That's fine. That's fine. Evan,
All right.
what's going on?
I'm doing good. I am ready to take over the rest of this run. I don't want to talk too much right now because I see that Anil is right about to get to blade pulls, and I'm sure there's a whole lot to talk about with that. If you guys want to go ahead.
Yep. So blade pulls in this game, like we mentioned earlier, it's the gacha system. There's got to be a few things that we're looking for. If one of you guys can do the checkboxes for me while I'm kind of explaining what's going on, that would be good.
Oh, yep.
So what we're looking for are blades with specific field skills. So the field skills that we need to complete the run are going to be Napon Wisdom, Ancient Wisdom, Keen Eye, and Leaping. So far, we actually have Ancient Wisdom, Keen Eye, and Leaping, and I believe the blade after next is actually going to be Boreas, which has Napon Wisdom, which is the last one that we want. Oh, it's not, actually. I thought it was in that pity group. I'll explain that anyway. But yeah, so we're looking for those field skills. We're also looking for 2 fire blades, 3 earth blades, a wind blade, and a non-healer water blade. And these blades will save time in various parts of the run, and we'll explain those as we get to them. So, as for how you know what types of blades you're going to be getting, this game has what's called a pity system. So basically, the game will randomly assign you into one of 5 different pity groups. In this case, we're in pity group 1, where basically you're guaranteed to get those 3 rare blades. So in this case, the 3 rare blades that are guaranteed are Godfrey, Agate, and Boreas. And I noticed because we already had Agate and Godfrey that we were going to get Boreas because I recognized that pity group. Boreas is the most useful. He saves like 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes in Chapter 4. It's very, very useful to have him. There is also a bug with the way that these pity groups work. So there's 5 different pity groups, but they indexed it wrong in the code. So like if you get put into pity group 1, you have the rare blades from pity group 1. But for some reason, if you're in pity group 2, you also get the rare blades from pity group 1. And if you're in pity group 3, you get the blades from group 2. If you're in group 4, you get the blades from group 3. If you're in group 5, you get the blades from group 4. And you cannot get the pity group that gives you the blades from group 5. So basically, group 5 isn't there, and group 1 is there twice. Conveniently for us as speedrunners, group 1 has Boreas, which gives us Napon Wisdom, and that's the biggest time save in the run. It also has Agate, which gives us Keen Eye. So that's a very good, very convenient group to have be the guaranteed group. But those blade pulls went very well. So Anil actually has every single blade that he needs to complete this run as fast as possible. He will not have to be doing any backup strats to acquire these field skills.
Solid. Yeah, it doesn't have to do anything at all. And it wasn't particularly long either. He did obviously he did some of them in Chapter 2, but even with the time spent there, none of that was like a waste of time either. So absolutely great blade pools for Anil.
He actually has all 3 Keen Eye blades. Yeah, there also is a strategy to use Adenine in combat in Chapter 7. I don't know if we'll see that. It just makes one fight more consistent. We might see it, we might not. I don't know if Anil does that.
I don't know if either of them does it. I always do it, but I don't know if either of them.
I know Grin used to.
not-
I don't know if he still does.
It's certainly not necessary either is the thing. Like, you really don't have to do it. It just, I only use it because I find it, like, sometimes the potions drop really far away. And
That's why I do it too. Yeah,
Being able to skip
it's
one of
not
the
like
potions is nice.
it's not like break RNG, but it's like if the potion spawns on the other side of a fight, then you don't want to have to walk over to that potion. So we'll explain it when we get to it. But there's a fight where you basically don't need potions if you use Adenine in combat because of one of her passives, and we'll explain to that when it becomes relevant.
So now, of course, we're entering the part of the run that everyone likes to describe as the filler arc.
It's a side quest. Chapter 4 is a side quest.
Essentially. Yeah, I like to think of this as Rock's blade quest, basically, since he doesn't actually get one.
I hate the fact that we need to even get Rock. It annoys me so much.
It would be nice if Rock was actually used a little bit more in the story.
We only use rock to complete the quest that we're only doing because we need to get rock.
And then we clear one miasma. That's pretty much it.
Oh, we
Like,
wouldn't need to clear that miasma if we didn't save rock. So
that's true. Yeah, you're right.
it annoys me a lot. I can't stand it.
Another thing we should actually kind of mention, because right now, Anil is technically going faster than Gren. Earlier, there is a point where you can buy the deed to some of the shops in this game, and
Yes.
you do buy one deed. You gain access to buying the deed by buying every item in the shop. You'll see Anil, or Gren rather, do this very shortly after his violent driver fight. You buy all of the items, and then a new item, which is the deed, becomes available in the shop, and you buy it, and they all have like little passive abilities. And the one we buy actually increases your movement speed by a small percent. I think it's like 10%,
5% each.
5%. Yeah, it's like it's a small amount.
But it saves 3 or 4 minutes over the course of the run.
When you think about 5%, that's literally, every time you run 21 steps, it only takes you 20 steps of time. So you basically get 1 free step of movement time every time you run 20 steps. So it does obviously add up over the course of a multiple hour run. It's a kind of a cool little passive that you don't really notice with the bare eye, but it does exist, and it is really nice. So.
And there are 5 of those running speed increases in total over the game, but I believe that this is the only one we get during the run because all of the others are just more trouble than it's worth to get.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, so this game has an idea of development levels where each major continent has its own development level, starting at level 1 and going, or actually starting at level 0 and then going up to level. Does it go up to 5 or does it go up to 3? 5, I think.
5.
And as you increase your development level, which you can do by purchasing items, selling items, doing quests, all that kind of stuff, you unlock new merc missions, you unlock new items you can buy from stores, and all that kind of stuff. This is the only movement speed deed that you can purchase without needing to level up the area past level 1. So it's the only one that's feasible to get in the speedrun. There is one that we considered getting, which is in Tantal, which requires level 2, but it's not worth it to get that. It's a little bit out of the way.
So, shall we?
Yeah, I guess the other thing to mention is merc missions. We didn't really address that while we were doing the blade combos. Merc missions are basically missions that you start, you send out your blades to complete the mission, and after so much real time has passed, the mission will complete. We do one merc mission over the course of the run, where we'll start it later on in more ordained when we get the mission. We do that to get a reward, but that is a feature in this game. If you played this game casually, you probably spent a long time doing merc missions, specifically for Ursula's quest. Very painful sessions, I remember, me playing this game casually. But yeah, there's just kind of a passive thing that we can do on the side. Doesn't have too much of an effect on speedruns, but it is a thing we unlock.
I've been working on my casual file for this game for the last 2.5 years. Obviously, I haven't played it much casually while I was doing the speedrun, but I dusted off my casual file to kind of do a quick little derust of some stuff for this commentary, and I had never had Ursula, and I finally pulled her just randomly like 2 days ago. So I've actually never done the quest, but I know how long.
You don't know how painful it is. Yeah.
I know about it, but I've never actually done it yet.
The rite of passage, you have to.
I mean, I'll get to it.
No,
now.
don't do it to yourself. Yeah, so the fight we're on right now is a bunch of birds, because I guess children defend themselves with an army of birds.
Birds are jerks in every RPG, and Xenoblade is no different. So
absolutely. Yeah, so story of what's happening here is these little girls that are standing across from the birds, they stole Rock's core crystal. So when Vandam died, Rex took his core crystal. Well, not took, he didn't steal it, he was given the core crystal. And these girls stole it. Turns out they stole it because there's some bandits who are defending, who are like destroyed their village or whatever, and they need to like get revenge on the bandits or something. And so we go to get the core crystal back from them. They fight us with those birds, and they explain their story. So what we're doing now is we're actually summoning Rock's core crystal. So now Rex now has Rock equipped as a blade on him. Rock is pretty much useless for combat, but he is useful for this one field skill, and then that's it for the game. I guess he's used for Wind Mastery later, so he's not completely useless. He's a free Wind Blade. But yeah, so Rock will dispel this to allow us to get to the camp where the bandits are hiding.
Yeah, miasma, schmiasma, I always say. Easy, right?
Pretty sure Rock says that, not you.
Oh, that's, you know what? Hey, me and Rock are kind of the same person. We're not particularly equal in this run, so...
He is Rock, always has been and always will be.
Gren is starting his Makos fight right now, his first phase. He has done his tier 1. The aggro looks like it's pretty good for right now, and it's not on him. He's just grabbing some potions.
Yeah, he has Akos as aggro, which is fine.
Yeah, that's totally fine. And so, waiting for Rex to get his tier 2. He's going to grab these potions. See what I mean? Like, see, this is what I'm saying. Rex is trolling and did not... Oh my goodness! Oh my god! He sniped the tier 2 at, like, the last possible moment. That is...
I know how he got that off.
I thought for sure it was over. I was about to say that he didn't get it because Rex was trolling, so that's awesome.
Yeah, and I think he connected enough potions.
Yeah, he had it like almost exactly. I think he had 5.
Yep. So over on an L screen, we have the 3 bandits. There's not a whole lot to this. You just want to do some DOT attacks to kind of hit all 3 of them at the same time. 2 of them have pretty low defense, so it's not too much of a worry. So on the Gren screen, let's see if he can actually get the fusion combo that kills them both at the same time. It's very satisfying and very, very fast to do this successfully. So,
it's also worth a bunch of XP. So
yeah, you got a lot of XP.
Another fun thing about the Makos fight, and also one fight later on, is the potential for a soft block after the first phase. That for the longest time we had no idea what caused it, and it just randomly happened sometimes. And we finally, after a while, figured out what it was that was causing it. And I assume that probably means it happened less after that, since people knew how to avoid it.
Yeah, unfortunately, one thing to mention that happened to Gren here with Nia being KO'd, when Nia gets revived, any stacks you had gained with potions for Crossset actually get reset to 0. So you have to regain your potions, and you lose all of your infinity. So he unfortunately got KO'd while he was toppled, and now he is kind of has to reset a bit to try to recover here.
Yep, and if this is quick enough, which it'll be close. Yep, this is a double stab toggle.
Yep, yeah, so this should do a ton. So that's a fantastic.
I don't know if Akos is in range. He's not.
Yeah, he's not.
Unfortunate.
He's pretty far
if he was in range, then they both would have died. Would have done an absolutely insane amount of damage.
So he's just gonna chain here. So probably one of the quicker backups. It's only gonna have 1 round to it, but obviously you can see Crossset almost completely cleared, and now Corbin will get the kill, and so he'll even get a little bit of extra XP here. So.
Yeah, it kind of makes up for his Akos XP, which was great.
Akos earlier, yeah. It's pretty much dead even, honestly. It's like a nice balance. Cool.
Yep. So, and one thing I want to mention that we didn't mention earlier is whenever you topple somebody, or launch or smash any subsequent stage of the driver combo after break, that will drop an HP potion. And Rex's AI is very, very good at toppling, because he'll have Anchor Shot active, and he'll basically save Anchor Shot to inflict topple almost every time. So as soon as we land a break, like we're guaranteed to get a potion because Rex will topple. Rex's topple art also itself drops a potion, so it's possible that we'll use a break, we'll then use an HP potion art, and there'll be 4 potions on the ground. Rex is actually going to be generating a lot of the potions that we need for this run.
Anil's going to be buying some items here. A couple of things, pieces of equipment. Going to upgrade some of our stuff. We've had the same gear basically since Chapter 2 that we bought in Chapter 1 and a couple of things in Chapter 2, so he hasn't really changed anything since then.
Yep, he is buying a core chip for Poppy to get increased block rate. I don't believe Gren does this. It is not required. It does make some fights more consistent. Gren did create a Poppy swap item called Affinity Max Barrier, so that's where like Gren's consistency is going to be coming from. Affinity Max Barrier allows you to, basically when you reach max affinity with Poppy, the party gets an HP barrier around them. While you have an HP barrier around you, you take less damage until the barrier is depleted. And I also believe you cannot take reactions, but I might be wrong on that one. That might be a placebo. But
yeah, I think the bigger thing too is that Anil, I guess, doesn't buy the 0 battle course, which gives a ton of extra experience for some fights later on.
Yeah, which we only use it, I think, in 1 fight. So, it might be 2. We don't use it for long.
2? Yeah, no.
Ren just got Perun.
It's 2. Yeah, I guess it's just Malos and then Jalos. Yeah, so I guess that's those 2 fights, and then we take it off. Cool.
So Gren's doing blade pulls right now, so this is going to be pretty important for him. We saw that he got Perun already. We're really just looking for his Boreas, I believe. And there he is.
He's still pulling his. We get a couple good things so far. Classic Dahlia. There is reason to pull like on both Nia and Rex for various reasons. We do need some of the elemental blades to be on Nia in order to be able to both equip them all for the field skill checks without having to overdrive them all. And also for some of the combat stuff, there's some ways that you can kind of utilize them throughout Chapter 4. But ultimately, if you pulled them all on one person, the DLC gives you so many overdrive that like you can pretty much put them on whoever you want in the end.
It does take a little bit more time to do that, but yeah,
It's just slower.
I do want to point out, it is just a walking section for Anil right now, but he is actually doing some zombie hovers to get through the steam without dying. So that saves probably about 20 seconds, because you have to go out of your way to turn the steam off. Another thing I do want to mention, though, regarding blade pulls is that different characters have different probabilities of pulling the different element blades. So basically, the element that you are using in combat levels up your a certain what we call idea levels, and each idea is tied to 2 different elements. So because Rex has been using Corbin a lot, his odds of getting light and dark are increased. Although you cannot get light blades from the Gacha system, so his probability of dark blades is increased. Nia, on the other hand, has been using Crossset and Dromark, so her odds of getting fire and water blades are increased. So you'll notice that our runners may switch from one blade to another because they have everything that they need, say, except for the fire blades. So the fire blades are going to be easier to get on Nia, so we'll do summons there. Even though we want them equipped on Rex.
Gren is not having some great luck right now. He's
This
really
is
trying to find an Earth Blade and is
Yep.
just getting everything but that.
I would say this is the most common like bad blade pulls that'll happen is that people will be one Earth Blade short just because of the amount that we need relative to everything else.
And he has been pulling commons rather than the legendaries because he already has both Boreas and Perun and doesn't need any more of the rare blades.
He could pull
I
Forerunner
assume.
Nim through him, but you would still have to get the right element set and then win the coin flip anyway, so
I assume better to use up the commons so that you have the legendaries to sell if
Yeah.
you need money.
sometimes if I'm one short and I don't get it in like 3 or 4 pulls, I'll wait until Chapter 5 for a higher compassion level to pull, so you can do that too.
It seems that may be what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what I think that may be what he's going for now after he filled up.
Alright, well, Anel's fighting Lila now, which I know that this can be a little bit of a scary fight.
This is legitimately, I think, one of the most difficult fights for a new runner. If they don't, you can go to the inn that you stay at with the spa very easily. It takes about 35 seconds and get some extra levels from the XP that you've gathered. But it is a time waste because we're going to do that later when it's considerably quicker. But it makes the Lila fight way faster. This fight, she can do a lot of damage, and her arts just hit really hard, really quickly. And so you really have to pay attention and try to do a healing circle with every other art while you're building up your tiers, so that you're constantly healing yourself and your party, because she has a lot of HP, her defense is quite high, and she just hits really, really heavily where we're at.
Of course, she's also got this move, Ether Barrier, that just makes her completely invincible.
Yeah.
Pretty annoying.
Which is somehow her third most annoying art.
You haven't run this game long enough until you've started your tier 4 at the exact same moment that she casts the Ether Barrier.
Yeah.
That's the real deal.
See, but you guys forget, in the category I run, I have to deal with Dynamite Pup Punch. That means even more annoying. So
Also
Dynamite,
very funny art names.
yeah. So Dynamite Pup Punch, for whatever
They really
reason,
are.
yeah. So Dynamite Pup Punch is an art that will blow you down, and it will also decrease your affinity by a pretty substantial amount. For whatever reason, she only does it on male drivers, so you'll never have to deal with that when you're controlling Nia.
Yeah, and a bit of a fun fact about that actually is that at other points in the game, you have Vanda, Malice, and Jin in your party, and they can never be in your party when fighting Lila, but if somehow you manage to get them into that fight, Lila will not consider them male drivers for the purpose of using that attack against them, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, so I think the devs made that fight that way just so the affinity of your healer does not go down. But because Neo would be your healer at this point in the game. Yeah, so this fight is Morag, and this is the fight where, Muskie had mentioned earlier, we do a DOT during a chain attack to get a ton of damage. That is one of the strategies. I don't know if that's the strategy that Anil's going to be going for. I guess we'll find out.
I don't know. I think he may not, actually.
I think he may not. But we'll see. There's a few different strategies for this fight. One's a little more consistent, but so if that's what Anil is going for, I can't really blame him. It's a more consistent strategy. But he will get less XP than the alternative. So, yeah, it looks like he is setting up for a volcano, so he is gonna go for it. Oh, yep, he got it. Okay, so he got a double stack Drake on this tier 4 volcano. So what's gonna happen is his DOT on this volcano is going to be incredibly high. So he's going to chain attack now. Morag will die from this attack. Oh, not quite. No, die from the first R. I think it's a double step topple. She's already dead. But yeah, so you'll see that the DOT ticks on this fight are 12k. Very significant. You can see the bonus on the left side of the screen is increasing very significant, and that's all from damage over time. Yeah, this will probably. So it's not a full chain attack because we didn't get any orbs. So it's just one round, and we still got like 330% overkill. Insane amount of XP for how long that chain is. Very well done by Anil.
Alright, now is the fun, confusing part of the game where we have to figure out how to get to the old factory where Lila is hiding out. First, all the fun part about gathering information and then figuring out how to even get there in the first place. Because I know this was a big conversation on Twitter about a week ago that it is not intuitive whatsoever to figure out how to get down to the lower level.
If I'm being honest, this is one of the most confusing segments of any modern game that I've played.
That's fair. Fortunately, both runners got Boreas, so we don't have to watch either of them farm Nopon Wisdom level 3 for a minute and a half, which is nice.
Yeah. So I guess we'll explain that. So Boreas gives you Nopon Wisdom, which is going to be needed for an upcoming skill check in a few minutes. For that skill check, the alternative is to get Nopon Wisdom again on Poppy, one more level. This does require one additional love source on Tora to unlock that level of the node, which takes some time. But you then need to talk to another 34 Nopons. So, yeah, we'd rather not do that. We'd rather just, skip that step. It takes like 2.5 minutes, I think, something like that.
And of course, the alternative to doing that is to do a 15-minute Merc mission, but that, of course, takes way longer than any of the other.
I thought it was 30 minutes. Is it only 15?
I thought it was 15. I could be wrong.
And the alternative to that is doing a boss fight that we're way too underleveled for. So, there's a lot of different ways to get a Nopon Wisdom. The no DLC category actually does that boss fight because it's very, very rare that we get Boreas, and because we don't have love sources, we are unable to get Nopon Wisdom on Poppy. So we actually do revert to the third backup in the no DLC category, which is very, very interesting. But yeah, neither of our runners will have to do any of that today since they both got Boreas, which is very nice. That's what you want to see. And that said, Boreas is the most common rare blade in the entire game. There is like a 60% chance on any given run that you'll get him. We crunch those numbers at some point. 40% chance, based on your pity group, that he's just guaranteed.
Perhaps rest and enjoy view for a bit.
Yep, so you can see right there he's equipping Boreas because the skill check will be coming up.
Just leave it to Boreas.
Although this isn't the most exciting part of the run because you're just seeing a lot of story checks for right now and kind of doing some stuff in more Ardain, it is definitely not that bad. Made great by the fact that the more Ardain music is just banger after banger, regardless of what part of it you're in.
This is like the third time this run that we've mentioned. Oh, this is one of the best tracks in the game.
Yeah,
all the music in this game is incredible.
It's fantastic.
If neither of them actually take Boreas out on the elevator, I'm gonna be like really disappointed in both of them. Like, do they respect themselves in this run at all? Like, that's what we're all gonna find out as a group right now. If Boreas is on the elevator, then they're in the clear. But if not, I don't know. no love. Looks like Gren is going to be good on his levels too. He's currently... I always check my level whenever I am targeting that enemy before this fight. You can see how close to level 23 you are. And if you're anywhere above like 22.5, you should get level 23 with the XP you get from these 3 bandits. Half a level is about right.
So I believe from here, the way that Anil goes, just kind of cheesing the way to get down to... Actually, it's got to go back to the palace first, right?
Yeah.
The way to get down to the lower level, they just cheese it with the zombie hover. As far as the actual dev intended route, to this day, I honestly have no idea what it is they actually want you to do. Because there's like 4 or 5 different ways to do it, and none of them are particularly intuitive.
They're all very long, like labyrinthy, yeah.
I've never correctly gone through that palace, that dungeon. I've never done it.
Yeah, I still probably don't know the correct way. Because these days I just cheese it by sliding down the wall.
Casually, I jumped off the cliff. Like the old method. I don't think it was like on I think it was like a slightly different path down that I found, but I was like, can I like cheese this game? I can't find the right way. Can I just like find a way down this cliff? And I found one. At this point, I don't remember if it was the pipe method or not, but that was how I got down casually. I couldn't figure it out.
So he's gonna do another zombie hover here. He's gonna put himself in the zombie hover state. He's not gonna use it to like withstand fall damage or anything, but it also allows you to bypass like forced triggers from NPCs. And so essentially you can use it to go past a barrier that an NPC creates and hit a skip travel point sooner than you're supposed to be able to do it.
Actually, I'm not sure if he is doing that.
So I guess Anil's not doing the early one.
He is he is doing the zombie hover, but he is not getting the early landmark.
Cool.
So
yeah.
the landmark just makes the XP route a little difference. You'll get extra XP for getting the landmark now. It saves a little bit of time, but it's not like a super significant amount of time.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
But yeah, the extra experience is beneficial for some of the upcoming fights, and also the additional SP that you get, because you might be able to more likely to get Art Chain before Rosa with the extra SP for the extra location. But yeah, so I think Gren does do the early palace, so we'll see some divergence in the route there, which will resync in Chapter 7.
You need my help?
So. Important thing here is Anil is now doing a Merc mission. This Merc mission is called Lunch of Love. It'll get us a Hunter's Chemistry, which, as I mentioned earlier, gives improved affinity at the start of the battle. This Hunter's Chemistry in particular will allow us to start the battle with max affinity, which means that we can immediately start doing as much damage as possible. It takes about 30 minutes to complete. It'll complete by the time we get to Indal in Chapter 5. Another thing to note is that we send Boreas on that Merc mission to unequip him from Rex, because we don't want Rex switching to Boreas during combat.
So we have the return of Zeke Von Genlu, Bringer of Chaos, aka the Crown Prince, Multipliers, Queen of Tantal.
Yep, and then the first fight I mentioned that Zeke is incredibly frail. That is still true, but he does hit much harder in this fight. So this fight, this fight can get kind of sketch at times, but it's usually fine. And we're gonna be doing a ton of damage to Zeke with this one fusion combo. Yeah, he is dead to this.
A lot of the fights in this run have this very similar strat of just building up this combo of Crossset. It kills pretty much anything.
Yeah, it kills everything. It gives us more experience. It's basically like the strategy covers everything that we want from a fight. Yeah, so very well done on that Zeke fight.
Now that we're starting to come up on the old factory, we come to one of probably the more difficult skips in the entire game. I would say the most difficult, except of course they're going to have to do door skip.
I actually think it's more difficult than door skip, to be honest.
That's a pretty hot take.
I'll die on this hill. I don't think door clip is that bad.
I think
But
that
I have that oddly
this is
specific
way more
setup, so-
consistent. Like you can like this one, you have like a lot more control over. Than
Oh, agreed. But I also have a weird door skip setup that I don't think anybody else does. So
Yeah, Hybrid uses a GameCube controller.
Yeah, I use my GameCube controller, so I have the joystick.
Yeah. That's the best. I'm so jealous. That's so good. But yeah, so
Personally,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm the only one with that opinion. Door clip is worse, right? But
yeah, I was going to say that
I don't find it harder.
I am used to doing the New Game Plus run, which does not have to do door skip, thankfully.
This is true.
So I don't have a ton of experience with that one, despite having experience with all of the other skips in the game. That is one that, thankfully, I've never needed to do.
But the trade-off is you're probably the best at the ancient chip clip. The amount of times you have to reset over that.
That's true. Yeah. So I spent a lot of time in Chapter 1, mainly just because I was a perfectionist and did not like losing even a few seconds, because in New Game Plus it really matters.
Yeah, you need it for that category. Yeah, so the next fight that Anil is going to be fighting is a group of Turkins. There's really no strategy there except for just mash some area of effect arts. I think in Quad's notes, he doesn't even like list this fight at all, because it really doesn't matter what you do; they just kind of fall apart. So this fight's gonna be pretty easy. And then after that is Lila once again, and that fight can have some challenges. But this first fight's just a warm up.
It's basically identical to the first Lila fight, except we're just considerably stronger with how much HP we have, so we can tank the damage way better. We're 6 levels or 7 levels higher, depending on your XP curve. So Lila 2 is considerably less threatening, fortunately.
Yep, and Lila's only 2 levels higher.
Yeah, so it can still troll you in a number of ways, and if you're not careful, when you hit her at a certain threshold, she can party wipe you.
There he goes. Gren finally got an Earthblade.
Oh, that baby. Heck yeah. I didn't even realize he was pulling blades.
I just happened to notice the corner of my screen.
Yeah. I've never seen anyone pull blades there before, so I guess I just wasn't, like... I was watching him do it, but it wasn't registering that he was doing it, you know?
Yep, so Gren is also doing a slightly different strategy than Anil, where Gren will actually equip a water blade on Rex for sake of doing blade combos in a particular fight. So... I don't remember which fight he uses it for. I don't remember if it's Lila, if it's Morad, but one of them I think he'll use Phoenix Clothing. I think it's Lila. But, we will see. Yeah, so both of our runners now fighting Lila, funnily enough. Yeah, as far as what Lila does, there is no difference in the fight outside of half HP. Lila will enrage, which changes her weakness element, which doesn't affect us in the run. Then she will immediately, when she enrages, use the Arc Thunder Kick, which is a very, very dangerous arc. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and kill her before she reaches that 50% HP threshold, so we just don't need to worry about it at all.
Yep, both runners fighting Lila at the same time. Look at the sync, it's real.
But I will not say we're all tied up. That said, Gren's actually having a pretty decent run, so he is making some effort.
Yeah, he's having actually a really strong run. He's only really, other than the Malcos fight,
but it wasn't as trollish as Anil's, so
definitely not. One thing to note too, if you pay attention to the fights a little bit closely, you can kind of see sometimes the potions will spawn right in front of one of our other teammates. If they grab a potion, it does not count towards our stack. It must be the character that Crossset is with, in our case Nia, for it to actually count. And so if you kind of see sometimes the NPCs on our team will snipe your potions, and it kind of sucks, and ultimately usually isn't the end of the world, but it can be kind of annoying for trying to get a certain amount in as quickly as possible.
Yep. So to add to that though is the unfortunate clip from Anil right there. So Gren has a water blade on Rex. He had to make sure that water blade was not a healer, because if it was, Rex's AI would go after the HP potions, which we don't want.
Let's get going.
Yeah, so this is factory clip. You can see that Anil has his camera zoomed in. There is a visual indicator where you like have a particular point of the compass lined up with a marking on the wall. And the idea is to go through that wall, land on that door frame, and then walk into the room. This saves 5 minutes and also skips a fight. It is the only fight in the game that we skip. Normally, what we would have to do is we'd have to kill some bunnets, I think some turkins for to get a key that opens the door. Saves about 5 minutes of not having to go out of the way, and then we don't have to do that fight either. Which is actually really good in the no DLC run, because that fight is actually really difficult, because we don't have a tank during that part of the run, because Tora leaves the party.
It's also really interesting that the fight, like the way that this game works and what we're able to skip or not, is really dictated by where the next cutscene trigger is placed. And a lot of the fights, have those triggers attached to them, like the waypoints are kind of fixed to them. So it's kind of fortunate that the skip exists and the Bunnets fight doesn't have like a cutscene attached to it that initiates the fight or anything. Otherwise, I don't think we would actually be able to take advantage of it. So it's kind of
not
that those exist in
yeah,
this is the Crossset
it's not like a cutscene. It's just a hey, here's a you
exactly.
do that as part of like the puzzle of the dungeon. You got to find the key.
Yeah,
but
it's just like normal combat, so nice. Yeah. So Anil's fighting Rosa here. She also has 2 phases. The first phase, you just need to do a small portion of damage with just the 2 people, Nia and Rex, and then Tora will come now for phase 2, and you'll have a proper fight. She gives a ton of experience, so getting the joint fusion combo kill or killing with the overkill chain attack, either one of those will give you an absolute immense amount of XP for this stage in the game. So it is really important to try to take advantage of that, especially if you miss some fusion kills on a couple of other fights for this. Most of the time, just the JFC will be good enough. So let's see what we're going to do. Fight seems to be going pretty well so far. Meanwhile, Gren is fighting Morag, and he is getting ready to hopefully get his going here. Nope.
Yeah, he did not get the damage over time that he wanted. He did not get a double stack. He's doing 4,000 per tick instead of the 12,000 that we saw Anil do, but it is still going to be pretty good overkill. Or reasonable overkill. I was thinking another round, but yeah, reasonable overkill. So a little unfortunate. He's behind the XP and the SP curve a little bit, which means that he may or may not get Arch Chain for the fight that he wants. But we'll see what happens with that.
If he gets the fusion kill on both Lila 2 and Rosa, he should be okay. But it'll probably be kind of close. But we'll see what happens.
Yep. Another thing that I do want to mention is Tora now has a second blade. So originally he had Poppy Alpha, which is Earth Element. He now also has Poppy QT, which is Fire Element. In a lot of the fights, we basically choose between do we want Rex or do we want Poppy to do the second tier of a blade combo. We now basically have an option. So depending on, because they're not always going to be on the blade that we want them to be on because they're AI controlled. So if we have more than one option, that'll make certain fights a little bit more consistent later on. In this particular chapter, this particular fight, it does not make a difference, but we do now have a fire element on Tora, which will matter later on. So this fight is Patroka and Mikhail. We call it Pat Mick. This fight is also one of the harder ones in the game, and also can potentially soft lock. Our runners in the case of that soft lock, I believe they do have some backup saves, so it's not going to be an issue. But yeah, there's a lot of chaos that can happen in this fight. So we'll see how it goes. It is a 2-phase fight. The first phase is really easy. We just target Mikhail and just use our strong attacks, and he'll just die to them very quickly. You got to get him 20 to 75% HP threshold, I think. It's not too bad. Collect a few potions, use a special, and yeah, there he goes. And no soft lock today. That's good. Yeah, I don't know if he uses Morag or Tora for the second phase, but at this point in the game, we now have Morag as a party member, which is very, very good because she's a very good tank, a very, very good tank.
And whoever's splitting for Anil, remember to split after this fight. And in case anyone was curious, the reason the soft lock happens is because if you topple an enemy and then end the first phase of a 2-phase fight, their topple timer freezes, so they never get back up. Also, if an enemy driver uses a special, they toss their weapon to their blade, and it will not progress to the next phase until they get their weapon back from the blade. If those two things happen at the same time, the enemy will be toppled and their blade will have the weapon, and the blade will not get their weapon back until they stand up. But since the topple timer is frozen, they will never stand back up. And so it's just a stalemate, and nothing ever happens. It's the soft lock. And that was something that for the longest time we had no idea why that was happening.
That's a very, very good fight from Anil. So what we wanted to see versus Makos earlier, he just got in this fight, where he got a double stack Steam Explosion. Steam Explosion is used over Mega Explosion, which we've been using this whole time, because Steam Explosion is an AoE attack, where Mega Explosion is not. So because we got Steam Explosion, Petroka was in the AoE, so she also took damage, and she just died. There is a very unfortunate part about using Steam Explosion, is there is a bug that prevents us from getting bonus XP from every blade combo in the game except for Mega Explosion and Mega Eruption, which is the main combo route in no DLC route. Basically what happens is when you do a tier 4, specifically with tier 4s by the way, tier 3s will always give the bonus XP. A tier 4 doesn't do the normal, like, Blade Special closing animation. It does its own animation for the tier 4. And that animation takes too long that the game actually registers the Blade combo ending before the animation is finished. So you are essentially doing the tier 4 outside of the combo, so it doesn't count as a joint combo finish. It's a half-second timer, so 30 frames, and it just so happens that Steam Explosion takes 31 frames. We actually modded the game at one point to reduce the time by 1 frame, and we started getting experience for it, just to play around with that. So that's a little unfortunate, although we'd definitely take the faster fight over the slightly less XP. So totally worth it.
So Anil has now moved on to the Leftherian Archipelago, one of the areas which has another one of a lot of people's favorite tracks. This area is really just a whole lot of walking. The entirety of Chapter 5 has only 3 fights in it. 4 fights. One at the end of Leftheria and then another 3 at the very end in Temperantia. But for the vast majority of this chapter, it's really just a lot of walking.
Yep, so now if we look over at Gren's screen, he's accessing the top floor of Hardhide Palace early. This happens because he is currently in a zombie walk state. So normally, if you try to access the elevator, the guards it'll trigger like some like trigger that the guards will like talk to you and be like, hey, you can't go up here, like you're not authorized or whatever. But if you're in a zombie hover state, you don't trigger cutscenes, so that never happens. You can just walk right past them. So that will allow Gren to get a little bit more XP for upcoming fights, along with extra SP for skills and all that kind of stuff. It will also save him time in Chapter 7, where we actually need to go to the top floor of the palace, because he will not have to take the elevator then, he already has.
I believe we're going to see them do this again, being able to bypass cutscenes with Zombie Hover later in Chapter 5, unless they don't do that strat.
Nope, they do. Yeah, they're definitely doing that strat. You know how much time that saves? I actually don't, but... What, probably, like... I would guess, because Crossset's strong anyway, it probably 5 or 6 minutes saved over the course of the run, because it takes a long time to do that. But
Yeah, it's definitely a long trek out there.
Yeah,
I know,
it's very out of the way.
Lightning Leon's PB doesn't even get the Shining Star chips, and he has, I think his PB's like 458, 459, or 358, 359, something like that. So
that sounds
you can
right.
get a
most
really
certainly
good
not
time
required.
without him. Yeah.
Yeah, it does make the late game fights way more consistent though, which is
Oh, yeah,
like
for sure.
if it saves like a minute but makes it way more consistent, like I want that minute save every single time, you know. Yeah, so Gren's still fighting Zeke. Gonna be should be a pretty seamless fight. He has made a paper, so yeah, he's getting good potion RNG as well. I think he already has enough. Yeah, so narratively what's going on right now is Rex is going to Fonset Village in Leftheria. That's where he grew up. I don't remember exactly why he's going here outside of it's on the way to Indal. Is that correct? Is that the only reason why?
Yeah, that's the only reason they're going.
Okay.
They're
Yeah,
on their
so-
way to Indal to meet with the Praetor, who has requested an audience with them. And they are just happened to pass right by Fonset Village, so they decide to
May as
visit it
well.
while they're there. Not a whole lot of super important story stuff happens there, but we get a few pretty heartwarming scenes between Rex and Pyra and
Yep.
Corinne, who was the person who raised Rex.
Yeah, so some context on the backstory for Rex. His parents died when he was very young, and he was raised by this person, Corinne, in Fonset Village. If I remember correctly, he never really got to know his parents.
Correct. He was 2 years old.
Okay, 2. Okay. Yeah, so because of that, he kind of grew up somewhat independent, right? He didn't have the traditional parent to depend on. Not that Corinne was bad to him or anything like that, but wasn't like a parent in the traditional sense. More just a caretaker. Which is one of the main reasons why Rex is very self-motivated, very very self-motivated. So. Yeah, so this part of the run, I don't know if Anil is gonna be doing it. There's a section of the game where this game has an auto walk feature. If you press Y while you're walking, you'll just keep walking in the same direction, just until you press the button again. There's 2 minutes where you're just walking in a perfectly straight time, perfectly straight line. Some runners will take that time to use the bathroom or something.
Yeah,
Seems like he is, because he's running into a wall right now.
He's running into
Yeah.
a wall, so he most certainly did that.
That is absolutely it.
Yeah, he might actually get stuck on this wall. No, he's good. He will get stuck on the island, though, if he doesn't come back before then. So.
Yeah,
that's actually kind
perfectly
of
fine that he fell off here, because
All in one
swimming straight there actually cuts off some of the route. In the New Game Plus speedrun, we actually avoid doing this because the movement speed buffs that you get from buying the shop beads don't apply while you're swimming, so it actually is faster to take the land route instead.
Yep, I see his camera moving, so he's back.
Gren is open up the vent and he's going to go fight his Turkins and then get into his Lila too. His chapter 4 has been pretty solid so far. He got a little bit of bad luck on the end of the Zeke fight. He actually had to clean up with another tier 1 at the end. I didn't see exactly what happened, but he didn't get the kill.
I think he missed the fusion.
Advantage strat. That would make sense. It's because he didn't quite do enough, so. Now he is in the Turkins though.
Yeah, I think he had enough potions, and he got a fusion. So I don't know if he had less potions than I thought, and then he didn't get a double stack, or if he went down and lost his potions. I'm not sure which. I didn't catch it. Yeah, so with this Turkin fight, as we mentioned earlier, Acrobatic Bomber is an incredibly strong AoE art. You can see that he used Acrobatic Bomber and nearly killed 2 Turkins from full health. Yeah, Crossset's pretty strong. Yeah, so Gren's going to be going on to Lila now. We'll see if he's able to get the fusion kill that he's looking for. I don't know if he will have enough SP to get Archchain, so I guess we didn't mention it, but Archchain, normally you can cancel an auto attack into an art, and you can cancel arts into specials. You can cancel anything into specials, but you can't cancel arts into arts until you get a skill from the affinity tree that allows you to do that. This speeds up combat significantly. An art canceled into an art builds your special meter as much as if you canceled it on an auto attack too. And as you can imagine, canceling out of something that you're already doing is going to be much faster than doing 2 whole auto attacks. So it'll allow us to build our specials incredibly quickly.
We're here.
So, shall we?
We also just have a really high arts recharge from all of our pouch
Underwrite.
items at this point too, so we can do our chain of arts into other arts, and then the arts will be recharged really quickly, and you can essentially do it again, without much delay. So when you kind of pay attention, if you just watch the special gauge, it just rockets full really quickly.
Yeah, so Gren is unfortunately gonna miss the fusion combo. I don't know how many potions he has. This might be close. He might need to chain. Oh, he ended up missing his break at the end there. So had he hit that break, he would have actually got the drink combo finish. Unfortunately, it just missed. So it would have killed, did not kill. So he's gonna chain Lila. I don't know if he's still going to chain Rosa or not, or if this will replace that. I guess we'll see. One small optimization in the chain attack is Rex did use Gorg in the second round to break the orb. That will allow the chain attack to end slightly quicker because Tora will not be able to act in the second round of the chain attack, so he doesn't need to sit through Tora's animation.
And arrived.
Right, and Anil now is coming up on Zeke 3.
Yep.
I've seen this one be a little tough before. I've seen
This one
deaths
can be
happen
rough.
here.
Yeah, it's usually fine. It's one of those fights where it's like when it goes well, it looks like the easiest fight in the world, and then when it doesn't go well, it looks like it's so like annoying to deal with. It's usually fine. We'll see what happens. So this is now Zeke, Bringer of Chaos. He revealed that he is actually like a really, really, really powerful driver, and he was just like messing with us the first 2 times, I guess. So he has a few new attacks in this fight that he did not use in the first few times we fought him. Some of those fights are, some of those arcs that he uses are very strong. We will have to watch out for them. So,
this is one of the fights that, because like we get it and then we only do one fight and then there's like a little break until this, I forget to chain arts on this fight all the time.
I do that all the time.
Because like, you just get in the habit and the feel for combat without it, and then you get it for Patmik, and then you don't use it again until here. I forget it all the time.
We saw Gren got factory skip second try there. I think it was a little bit faster than Anil, but not by a ton.
Yep,
But he
Anil
maybe
was also
saved a
second
little
try.
bit of time there.
Yep, so that's Zeke 3. That fight, it went well, so it looked really easy. So now, Anil is going to be changing genre of this game to a walking simulator, because he is going to just be walking from waypoint to waypoint for a good, like, 6 minutes or so, really without anything interesting going on. So, narratively, a lot's going to be happening. It's like you walk to some location, and there's like a 10-minute cutscene, and it does a lot of world building at this part of the game. But as far as the speedrun is concerned, there's not a whole lot that happens. I don't remember if it's this time we visit Indal or the next time that the Merc mission becomes available. I think it's the second time. No, it might be the first time. I don't remember. But outside of that, there's not going to be anything particularly interesting. So
We
Gren's
visit
getting through the
Indal
first
here
round
a
of
couple times.
Rose pretty well.
We visit Indal a few times. For the most part, Indal is just largely like a lore dump, and kind of giving us some history on some stuff and moving the story forward. There are a couple of battles that we'll do later on, but on this visit, we're essentially just meeting with the Praetor and progressing the story until we get to Temperantia to finish up Chapter 5. So this is kind of the bulk of Chapter 5 after the Zeke fight. Ren getting
Yeah,
a
so Chapter
clutch
5
rolling
has-
smash miss there.
Yeah, so Chapter 5 has 4 boss fights. There's Zeke, and then there's like a long time just walking between everything else. Especially because we go out of our way to do something, which we will explain when we get there. And then the other 3 fights are literally back to back to back with no break in between. It's like 3 phases of the same kind of boss rush. So the middle of Chapter 5 is there's a big gap between the 2 interesting pieces of action. A lot of walking in this chapter.
I guess while Gren is fighting Rosa over here, I guess I'll share a little bit of a fun fact about Rosa and the other artificial blades. That a lot of people have probably noticed that all of the artificial blades are named after flowers. That Poppy is, of course, a poppy. Rose is a rose. Lila's lilies or lilacs. And it is the same for their Japanese names as well. Poppy's Japanese name is Hana, which just means flower. Lila's is Kiku, which I believe means chrysanthemum, something like that. And Rose's Japanese name is Sakura.
Yeah, so I
And
think
then
not to cut you off, but I think Gren
Yeah,
is
no,
going
go
up
ahead.
for a backup strap. He did a combo with Poppy. I think because he would have died if he didn't get the invincibility from doing that combo. So he had to start up a second combo with Crossset in order to do the damage that he's looking for, and he still was unable to get a break there. So a little bit of improv happening in his fight right now. Yeah, should be dead now.
So he should be able to kill here with this tier 1. Yep, cool. Nice cleanup there. A little bit unfortunate, but solid response and finish there. So now he'll
Yeah,
be
I
able to
don't
do
know what his
just,
XP curve is right now because he's missed a few combos.
Has he gotten
Definitely a non-traditional curve for sure, but I think it's gonna be all right with everything that he has done. With the
it's about
chain
to-
on Lila too, so.
I was about to ask if he had gotten Art's chain yet. I guess that's what he's doing now.
Yep,
Yeah,
which he
there it
does
is.
have enough to get it. Which
Yeah,
is good.
it's really tight. It's pretty thin, but yeah, nice. Like I said, I think he's gonna be fine for pretty much everything moving forward, at least. So let's see how his Pat Mick fight goes.
Yeah, so again, for this fight, the first phase is just going to be collect as many HP potions as you can and just use Nia Special 1. That will be significant enough damage to end this first phase. Yep, very well done.
Al is finally heading out to Temperanta, which is where the other boss fights in this chapter are. So things get a little bit more interesting for him now.
Yep. So now at this point, Anil is able to equip both Morag and Zeke into the party. Zeke does not do anything for us in the run outside of hold some blades for us, which you'll see very shortly. But we have Morag in the party now. She's basically just a better tank than Tora, and has fire element, which is more useful to us than Earth. We also don't need to play the game of, okay, what blade is Tora going to have when we need him to have it, because Morag's only got the one blade. Unfortunately, Gren just went down versus Pat Mick. That's very unfortunate.
You saw
So-
Anil just made a safety save because he's about to do the zombie hover, which has a chance of crashing the game.
Yep.
So
You definitely don't want that. Evan, if you remember, I had that happen in a
Oh,
race
I
against
remember.
you once. It's very
was,
unfortunate for me.
my,
Very
my
unfortunate.
my first ever any percent run that I ever did was in a race against Hybrid, and he crashed in chapter 5 right here, so I had to finish the whole rest of the run on my own.
Which was what, like 3.5 hours into the run, or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's gotta be.
I was running on Bringer of Chaos, so that's why the time difference was so drastic. But yeah, crash at this point in the game is very unfortunate. So right now we are in a zombie hover state. Actually, I just noticed on Gren's screen he did get the AOE with Petroka, just not enough to kill. So very good fight from Gren, despite going down at some point.
Yeah, Nia went down and Tora went down. Revived both, and then so ultimately a pretty good fight considering how it kind of kicked off for him.
Yep, very good
Make sure to
recovery.
split. Get the split.
Yep, I'm on it.
Cool.
But yeah, so a thing to note here is that if we are controlling Dromark, he does not have the properties of the zombie hover. So controlling Dromark will allow you to trigger cutscenes. We do not want to trigger cutscenes. So, because right now there is a cutscene right there. Activation of that cutscene will create a kill barrier on the cliff we're about to jump off of. The reason is the game does not want you to be here yet. You can get here later, that's fine, but it does not want you to be here yet. So because we're in a zombie hover, we will survive this fall, and we can get down to the bottom. Normally, even if we were in zombie hover, the kill barrier would take us out. The kill barrier does not care. It's like the edge of the map. But because we skipped that cutscene, the kill barrier never spawns, so we can get down here early. This gives us a number of benefits. There's no enemies down here currently, because we're not supposed to be here yet. So that will allow us to be able to traverse this area without risk of aggroing a very particular unique monster. There is a unique monster down here that is guarding a chest. It's like a level 92, I believe, unique monster. And it has end-game weapon chips. These chips are called the Shining Star chips, or SS chips as we refer them. They will increase our damage to roughly 700 auto-attack damage, which is the base damage in this game. That's more than double what we currently have. And this will set us up for the rest of the run to do absolutely insane amounts of damage. We are going very out of our way to get these, so if you don't have enough Earth Blades, it requires 3 Earth Blades to get this chest. It's actually fine to not get this, and it does lose several minutes, but would you rather go through the gacha system and maybe you'll get enough Earths, maybe you won't? It's kind of a toss-up. As mentioned earlier, Leon's PB, which is still a sub 4, very, very good time, does not get these weapon chips.
Sharpening my fangs
But what you'll see now is we're equipping 2 Earth Blades on Zeke, and by equipping these blades on Zeke, we don't need to menu anytime later in the run. We need to equip these Earth Blades because Zeke has them, and we're not using Zeke in combat during this run, so he's just gonna hold on to them for us, which is convenient. So we're getting a few other skills here on various characters. Rex will be able to start the fight with one of his Arch Charge, which is very useful. I don't know what skills he's getting on Morag. I think Morag will start the fight with 2 of her arts already unlocked, or maybe just the 1. Yeah, it looks like he's getting 2. So because these arts will be charged at the beginning of the fight, we'll be able to start doing our damage, start building our special even earlier than we were previously. He is equipping an Abyss Vest on Morag, which is just kind of a safety consistent strategy. The Beta Scope going on Nia will give her an increased break chance, which is very, very important because fusion combos are going to be our main source of damage. So being able to consistently break is huge for being able to consistently do a lot of damage. So, but with this unique monster that we're avoiding, he doesn't spawn here because we accessed this place earlier. If we didn't have the zombie hover to skip the cutscene, we would be able to get here at the beginning of the next chapter, Chapter 6. Which basically means we don't have the SS chips for 3 fights, which is not like a super big deal. And it's actually a really interesting strategy where we have to switch to Tora, because Tora is shorter, and because he's shorter, he will avoid the line of sight of the enemy. So we can just bypass the unique monster. But that's not a concern at all, because the unique monster is not even here. So Anil is now approaching the chest, which requires 4 Earth Mastery. We do have, and 2 Fortitude as well. Fortitude is going to be on Poppy and Corbin, without any investment at all, so that's just free. Wolfric has Earth Mastery 1, and then the 3 common Earth Blades that we needed while we were doing our blade pulls. And with that, we have incredibly strong Shining Char Strips, and our already broken characters will become even more broken. So, you'll see, hopefully versus Jin. Jin is an upcoming fight that's going to be very, very easy to show off this damage if it lines up correctly. These enemies will absolutely fall apart. And we get 3 Shining Star Chips. They go on Crossset, Corbin, and Bridget. Yeah, these are also tank weapon chips, so this actually increases Bridget's block rate pretty significantly as well. And the extra damage will allow her to hold aggro better. It's kind of best case scenario that these chips exist here and are able to be accessed so early.
We'll have to see if Gren goes for a quick little bathroom break as well. Coming up here after he hits the switch for the door before he heads in. It looks like Anil cleaned up his whole menu. I think that's if you add the 2 menus together back to back, I think that is the most menuing we have to do at any point in the run.
Yes, it is. So this fight is HMS Core. Casually, this probably annoyed you because you probably didn't realize that there were some power lines behind it. You don't have to kill HMS Core. In fact, you can't kill HMS Core because it keeps healing itself. It is possible to do damage cap amounts of damage in this game, which is just 1 shy of 1 million damage. We are now powerful enough to reach that if we get like a double stacked topple with like max Gathering Sparks levels and all that. That will completely deplete HMS Core's health bar and still not kill it, so you need to take out the power lines. And conveniently for the power lines, we just do a tier 3 blade combo, or actually only tier 2 in this case because he has enough potions. Hopefully this kills. And this will, this should definitely kill. The damage over time will kill if he doesn't die, so it's looking a little sketch. So, very good fight.
Seems like Gren did not step away. He's still in control over there.
Saw him waddle in there a little bit, so he's just gonna soldier through. Proud of him. You do you, Gren, my guy.
Well done.
This is the culmination of years of training.
Yep, so now this is Jin. This is the first time we fight Jin in the run. As Bowie had mentioned earlier, agility is definitely a thing, where he evades a lot. It's less of a problem controlling Nia than if we were controlling Rex, because Nia does not have Rexterity. Gren body blocking some of the potions there. Jin body blocking potions is really funny. But yeah, so the strategy here is to do a Mega Explosion on a double stacked... never mind. He's doing a Oh, he's doing a mega explosion on a triple stack topple, looks like, or he might just actually he's just gonna die to this. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, we're strong. We don't need to do anything in particular. He'll just die. I think that killed on a burnout and not a mega explosion because it was a double stack topple, where a double stack break would not quite kill. I think. I don't know. These guys are the runners and not me. And this fight is a little weird. We have to collect a bunch of HP potions to be able to get past this thing's incredibly high defense. The downside is this thing is so large that the HP potions could spawn on the other side of it, and we have to spend a lot of time walking over to those potions.
Yeah, he got pretty favorable potion placement.
Yeah, this is pretty good. We can get a break on this fight. Don't rely on it. The break resistance is actually pretty high, even with a beta scope. That it's not reliable to try and go for it every single time. He did get it, so...
it's so funny that you get the beta scope and then it's like the final boss of that chapter. You might as well not even have it, like, immediately after you get it.
Yeah, very, very good fight from Anil.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, I do want to talk about a really funny bug that happens in that fight. In the corners of that fight, there is part of the ground that is like slightly lower than normal. If you use a special while you're standing in that ground, your animation will clip into the death barrier that's like right beneath the ground, and you will die. The fight will just end, you go out of bounds, and you die. Pretty much every runner discovered this because it happened to them, and they're just like, what the hell happened, right? And for a while we didn't know. It's like, oh, you used a special in the corner. Don't do that, I guess, which that's actually the thing now. Just don't do that. But yeah, it's a very unfortunate bug. Obviously, our runners are going to be smart enough to know not to do that, so it's not something we'll be able to show off. But it is a pretty interesting issue that we've had to deal with over the years regarding that boss fight.
It's like one of those things that I feel like every runner, before they know that it's a thing, they just like, it happens because you don't even think about your character's position or placement at all, and then everyone just sounds really confused about why they have just been canceled out of their tier 4 into a death, and then someone explains it to them and they're like, oh, okay, and it's just funny.
Well, usually it happens really with the AI, right? So the AI in this game will try to form like a triangle like around the enemy, so if you're standing where you spawn, both of your AI teammates are in that part of the lower ground.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So like you'll try to do like Rex's part of the combo and be like, wait, why did Rex die? Killed himself, actually. He clipped out of bounds. Shouldn't have done that.
So,
yeah,
also
so now we have
chapter
some more...
6,
what was it?
I was going to say, also now in Chapter 6, it's a whole lot of just walking again before we finally have something interesting to do.
Yep, that's in
the whole intrigue side plot with dealing with Vanna and his conspiracy to start war or whatever. Doesn't end up being super important to the overall plot.
Yeah, so in the meantime, we do have Gren missing pretty much every single break on Zeke. Typical
keeping it alive.
Typical Gren RNG, I can tell you that. He missed yet another break. Yeah, his XP curve is going to be something. I think he's going to go for another break. I don't think he needs it, but I think... Oh, he's not going to go for one. So, I thought he was going to go for another break just to get the XP. But he's just going to finish the fight and call it a day. Yep. A pretty good fight. Nothing you can really do about the bad RNG, right? So, you know, it's part of running RPGs, right? There's going to be a lot of randomness in our runs, especially in this game between the gacha system and break resists and whatever. Like,
now you all might want to buckle up for some side-by-side indol action. It is gonna get way too exciting here for the next 5 to 10 minutes, while both of them are hitting up some story triggers, talking to some NPCs to do a little investigation on Anel's side, while Gren is heading to meet the Praetor for the first time. This is just going to be too much for some of you to handle, so make sure that you're strapped in.
There is actually one part that's going to be happening on Anel's side that's going to be pretty interesting from like a routing perspective. So eventually what we'll be doing is we'll be walking around talking to a bunch of different NPCs to get intel on something that happened, right? And when we talk to those NPCs, every character in our party will like try to like partake in that conversation. So what we do, and we'll do it immediately after this hotel visit here, this rest. we'll unequip everyone except for Nia from the party. That way, the other characters in the party are not going to partake in the conversation, which saves time for each person that we end up talking to. And there's, I think, 6 different people, maybe 7, that we need to talk to. So it actually adds up to like 20 to 30 seconds saved. Or is it not? Not now?
I think it's... No, it is now. He might just not do it.
Oh, he might have done it. Or maybe he did already.
It doesn't actually save that much time because you lose some time having to menu to get the characters out of your party. It still saves time overall on average.
No, it only takes like a second to do that because it prompts you for the party change because Morag leaves the party. So if you do it then, like if you miss it then and then you need to open your menu, it doesn't save a ton of time. But because it already prompts you to change your party, it works out.
Yeah.
Well, you do still need to menu to put them back in your party before the next fight, which I think is where...
Are we menuing anyway at that point in time?
That I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you're doing... Yeah,
if you menu anyway, that makes sense.
Stuff.
Yeah, I think we are.
You swap to Pyra, you put some stuff on Corbin.
That's true.
You do add some things, so it's not...
Yeah, so if you're already in the Blades menu, then it doesn't take that time to switch.
That makes sense. In New Game Plus, it's less of a time save because we need to do an extra menu that we normally
wouldn't.
He did unequip them. It does still save time.
Yeah, I missed it. He did unequip them before I started talking.
It's just one quick little thing because you only have to take one person out of your party because there's only the 2 of them already anyway. So.
Yeah, that's another reason to use Morag in the previous fights. Is Morag is already out of the party, so you only have Rex and Nia. So you just have to remove Rex.
Those tiny little time saves. Those are the kinds of things that actually matter for New Game Plus, especially.
Yeah, a second here, a second there. Is it like super significant in a 2-hour category? But then again, these 2 runners were tied twice. So, which I missed the beginning of the stream. Was that mentioned earlier? Like the beginning?
Yeah,
of
it was. Yes.
Bowie introduced them with that, of course.
Yeah. Okay. But with for anyone joining us now, these runners were tied on the leaderboards with the world record for a good like year and a half until Quad showed up and completely obliterated their times. But yeah, there was a few weeks ago as they were both de-rusting for this event. Gren got a few PBs. The first of which tied Anel's newer time. So since they were tied for world record, Anel had since improved his PB by a little bit. Gren tied that time a few weeks ago, and I think he has since beaten it. But these 2 runners have a history of being literally tied in a 4-hour category. So it makes total sense to put them against each other for this race.
Plus, these 2 were also the first ones to break 4 hours in this category. They both, for a long time, were going at it head-to-head, trying to be the first one. Anel made it first, but Gren matched him soon after, and that was their first tied time that they got.
Wasn't it like the day after or something? I remember as they were going back and forth creating world records, there was a world record that lasted like an hour.
That I'm not sure about.
Yeah, like they were both doing runs at the same time.
Wasn't Gren's technically like a few frames faster or something like that?
I'm not sure. I do know that Gren went for a safer strat in the final fight because he thought he had more time than he did. And had he not gone for the safer strat, he would have won.
Yeah, it cost him like 1 second, which mattered.
I think, yeah, they weren't totally sure who exactly was technically faster, but they were both perfectly happy to call it a draw because neither of them wanted to continue running after they had spent so long fighting each other for sub 4.
Yeah, it's a 4-hour category. We're not going to fight over milliseconds. Like that's silly. All right, so Anel is now wrapping up his time walking around in Indal. He is now going to approach a fight, which I think is really funny as far as the story is concerned. There's a bunch of cooks that are going to be preparing food for some like big summit meeting that everyone's going to be having. And I guess from some weird intel that we got, we think the cooks are going to try and poison everyone, which we find out is not the case. But yeah, we literally just show up and start just beating the crap out of all the cooks.
Okay,
And much like the Turkin fight in Chapter 4, they're not really a threat. You could just kind of use the same stuff we always do. Spam a lot of specials because they do DOT, or rather AoE damage. Use a lot of Acrobatic Bomber because that art is stupid. And then the Turkins will just kind of die. Again, remember, our weapons are way stronger than they should be at this point in the game.
Because they're convinced that they are the bad guys, but then it is revealed that they are actually not. And the case is totally fine. So.
I think it's not a lie.
Yeah, one
Gren is
annoying
in
thing
his
about this
zombie
fight.
hover state right now, and he's going to do the same thing where he's going to traverse here on Dromark so that he's not floating after he hits any of the objects or falls, and then switch to someone else, and he'll run through the trigger, spot back to Dromark so that he can hit the ground and go get his Shiny Star chips as well.
Yeah, so one thing that can be kind of annoying about this Cook's fight, which Anil did not get, is sometimes one of the Turkins will like run into the other room, and you have to like walk through the door and like chase him in order to kill him. Did not happen. So good Cook's fight.
So funny
rude.
when one of them just
running away when you're trying to kill them. I mean, who does that?
When they just book it into the kitchen and just hang out in there, it's so bad.
Yeah. So up next is going to be the Giga Rosa fight. I believe so. There's two different strategies for this fight. One of them is a volcano damage over time, similar to what we did for Morag in Chapter 4. I don't know if that's what Anil is going to be going for. I guess we'll find out. The other is your standard Mega Explosion double stack break into Chain Attack. Specifically, we want Chain Attack for this fight because we really, really want the experience for this fight. Giga Rosa gets a lot in this stage. Yeah, it looks like he's setting up a break for Volcano. Yep, he is. He got the break. Yep, it's gonna be a single stack break, which this will kill. So he collected like 4 or 5 potions. This is gonna do an insane amount of damage. He's gonna activate the chain attack, and this fight's over. Yeah, and remember, for the remainder of this break, which is gonna be for the remainder of this chain attack, you'll be doing increased damage. Yeah, this damage over time is very, very high right now. 31,000 damage over time. Yeah, reaches 350% XP. That's a lot. That's very significant.
And now that that's done, we'll be heading to Tantal pretty soon. And Gren is just about at the Chapter 5 boss fights. We'll get to see how he handles those.
It's gonna be kind of hard to beat Anil's fights. They all went really, really well for Anil. Yeah, so right here, normally we would be doing some salvaging, because we need Ancient Wisdom in order to get through part of Chapter 7. However, both of our runners have Perun, so neither... I don't know if he remembers that he has Perun. Oh, you know what? He needs to get Ancient Wisdom because he's not getting a Gion. That's right. Never mind what I said. We need to get Ancient Wisdom here on Dromark, regardless of if we have Perun or not. So these, this salvage is going to be, to collect 5 of those collectibles, machinery type collectibles. 5 of them spawn, so this will get Ancient Wisdom level 1 on Dromark, as you can see right there. It is quicker to kill yourself than to actually kill that thing, so that's why he jumped off the edge when he pulled that aggro. It is possible to not aggro that monster, which is the ideal case, but not too bad to aggro that. It's kind of expected.
There is like one weird scenario in which you don't have to do it that Hybrid was under, at first thinking he was going to be able to do. If you get Perun, but no Leaping Blade, and you have to farm a Gion for the Leaping ability because he has the Ancient Wisdom and you have the Ancient Wisdom from Perun, then you can bypass this, and it is a nice little pseudo, semi-time save, but it's pretty uncommon, especially because most runners do their file on a completed Switch profile anyway, so Telos is usually pretty free.
So Gren will actually be doing that this run, because Gren has Perun and does not have Leaping.
Because Gren he plays the game right, doesn't do the Telos strat.
So I guess we'll talk about Telos strat. So Telos is a blade that you can summon, very, very high probability that you can summon only if you've completed the game before. And there is a thing with this game where if you have a completed save file, and then from the main menu of that save file, you start a new game, the game thinks that you have a completed save file. And it's marked by like a star on your save file. This basically allows you to start New Game Plus and like a few other things. Like, that's the significance of it. Well, if you have that file, as Anil does, you're basically guaranteed to get Telos. So leaping, you will have leaping 99% of the time, which is good, right? That only really matters if you have Perun. Because normally you can summon a Geon for free. He's a guaranteed story blade, and he has leaping, so you don't need leaping. However, a Geon also has Ancient Wisdom, so if you get Perun to replace a Geon's Ancient Wisdom, and you have Telos to replace a Geon's leaping, you actually don't need a Geon, and we just don't ever summon him in the run. Which, if you were watching that Torna run from earlier, you know how much we hate a Geon. So that is quite convenient.
And a GN isn't completely free. You do need to activate a certain number of encounters in order for you to be able to resonate with this core crystal. So it does save a little bit of time to not have to deal with that.
Exactly. So right now, normally Anil would be throwing rocks at these wildlife because you need to get 22 encounters. So basically, a Geon became available after the Giga Rosa fight. So 22 encounters after that, and then you'll be able to summon him. If you don't go out of your way to get additional encounters, the main story encounters will allow you to get a Geon right at the start of Chapter 5. But you need him in Chapter 7. So we need to go out of our way to get some encounters. Anil does not have to do that because of his blade pulls, but Gren will. So you will not see Gren do that salvage, but you will see Gren throw rocks at the wildlife.
And yeah, Telos is extremely common. I believe she has a 5% base chance of being pulled.
Which is by far the highest. By far the highest.
I believe the highest of any other blade is like 2.5, something like that.
I think it's 2.25. I think. Yeah.
Ren got unfortunately stun swallowed out of his acrobatic bomber. He was going for the break and then got hit by stun swallow as he was doing it. So now he's going for a tier 3 here because he lost his gold affinity. Is gonna under damage Jin just a little bit. Should be able to just clean up here with a tier 1 now that he's on a break before the Heavenly Disrupt.
Almost died. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That was he's just cutting it close. All right. So now he'll do his.
Keeping it interesting for us.
Yep. So right now on Anel's side of the screen is he is buying a Lodronite chip for Mithra. Mithra is not going to be the main blade on Rex until very late into the game. But that Lodronite chip will have a huge effect later on. It has an incredibly high crit chance. And we will explain the significance as we get closer to that point. But having a very high crit chance on Mithra is essential for the late strategies that we use. Yeah, so we'll see if Gren's going to be able to get this this fusion on Hma's core. He's probably got like one or two shots at it if he's going to go for it. I don't know how many potions he has. He's just going to go for it anyway. I think he's going to chain attack, which honestly is fair because he needs XP anyway.
When did it get so late?
Oh yeah, he's going to do one more special, collect a few more potions, or try to get potions. Didn't end up getting them, but he's going to chain, and that'll be fine.
We're also now on Anel's side starting to enter the part of the run where we can get some long loads. There are some issues in this game where certain scenes especially, but really just any load in this game, can just be abnormally long for pretty much no reason.
The game has a notorious memory leak issue. Causes a lot of problems with loads.
These mainly happen in Chapter 8 and Chapter 10. It could happen a little bit in Chapter 6 as well. Sometimes we like to reset the game after finishing Chapter 5 or Chapter 7, because that tends to help with it a little bit. But it really just comes down to RNG.
Yep. It's completely random. We don't know why. Sometimes you'll have a run where you'll save like 4 minutes because you had good loads compared to a bad run. So.
Yep. My current New Game Plus PB, I was about 30 seconds ahead going into Chapter 10, and then lost 25 seconds to bad loads, and ended up only PBing by 5 seconds. It just happens sometimes. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not a PC game, so we can't exactly like filter out time spent loading in any efficient way. We do have tools if you have a modded Switch to be able to do that, but we can't like tell all our runners to get a modded Switch, right? So loads are part of the game. It's not the most significant form of randomness in this game, but it is certainly the one that you have the least control over. Because even with blades, like there's things you can do to mitigate the blades being bad. You can like release a blade to get certain boosters and that kind of stuff. But for the loads, it's just completely out of your hands. So this fight for Anil is fighting a bunch of guards in Tantel. Basically, they captured Pyra, and we need to prison break to get her out. Yeah, these guys don't want us to do that. So we're gonna do it anyway. This is gonna be another one of those fights where we have to do a lot of AoE attacks with Acrobatic Bomber, and also Crossset's Tier 1. These guys can be kind of annoying because they all have evasion arcs that they do when they get low on HP, so they'll just like tank hits, which is kind of unfortunate. And sometimes they can hit like a truck, although it looks like he's having pretty good luck with that right now, so that's good. Yep, that was actually a really good fight.
Whenever they cluster together as much as possible, and obviously you just get a bunch of AoE damage, makes it really, really nice. And
yeah, that's obviously ideal.
Now we're getting
sometimes you can get like the stuck guard, like a guard will get stuck behind the structure in the middle and then just like kind of hang out there and waste a lot of time.
Yep. So this right here from Anil is going to be probably the biggest time save in the entire run. Skip that.
Oh, easily. Yep, so this is going to be another zombie hover. So this zombie hover allows us to basically skip the entirety of Tantal. If you guys played this game casually, you'll remember that you had to do a giant like lap around and like the bottom level of to get to the bottom level of Tantal. It takes forever. You get lost a lot. There's really no clear way down. And it's a nice area for casually. I enjoyed it. Got this great music, a lot of cool, interesting things to see. We're just gonna jump to the bottom and not take fall damage, so we don't have to do anything like that. It saves like 5 or 6 minutes, probably, if not more. Might be more. I haven't done this walk in a very long time. I don't remember how long.
It's
very long.
It's very long.
Well,
the track loops, it's so long.
You have to do some field skill checks at a couple of points. You have to knock like glacier thing over to make a bridge. Like there's a lot of components to the traversing it that's really time consuming, even though you don't have to fight anything per se.
Yeah, there's also a few places where you like jump down and you take fall damage, and if you like screw it up slightly, you'll die from the fall damage, and you got to respawn. And yeah, it's annoying. It takes forever. I'd rather just not do it. So let's just not take fall damage by doing a zombie hover.
And interestingly enough, there used to be a different method for doing that that got patched in an update that thankfully didn't end up mattering because we found the zombie hover method instead. But it used to be that if you disconnected your controller on the exact frame you hit the ground, the damage would be canceled out and you would just be able to survive. And that got patched.
Yep. So specifically, it was a Switch system update that patched it, not an update to this game. So what would happen is the Switch system update changed it. There was a bug with the Switch OS where basically what would happen is when your controller disconnects, like on that frame, it would like the pop-up that says, "Hey, reconnect your controller." That would like interrupt the game, and it was breaking some game's logic. Conveniently for us, it was breaking the game's logic in a beneficial way because that frame, it was not checking, "Hey, did you hit the ground?" So we just didn't take fall damage. There was some weirdness with that, where like we would hit the ground and we would die and we would fall on the ground, and then the game would be like, "Wait, no, you didn't die," and then it would just revive us and we would survive. It was really weird. But a Switch system update is what patched that out. So
thankfully, we found the zombie hover method pretty soon after, so that didn't end up being too much of an issue. The zombie hover method ended up being easier and better anyway.
Yeah, it's easier, it's more consistent, way more consistent. Try disconnecting your controller on the same frame you hit the ground. Just try it, guys. It's hard. But yeah, so this next fight is going to be the Torna Trio. This is one of the less consistent fights in the game because we need to get, or we're trying to get an AoE attack to hit all three of these people. It's going to be Mikhail, Petroka, and Akos. Because there's 3 of them, it's very hard to get them to all line up. With 2, we can kind of, because our tier 4 will like push people back, so we can like line it up and angle it such that we push one person into the other person. If there's 3 people, it's kind of hard to do that. So this fight could go really well, or it could go really badly. Let's see how Anil handles this. But the main strategy is going to be a mega explosion on Mikhail.
What's interesting about this fight is that Petroka, Akos, and Mikhail follow the general party setup of an attacker, healer, and tank. So it tends to be very well balanced in that way. So you gotta really be careful who's dealing with them.
Yeah, the other thing is Black Wave is a really annoying art. It's an AoE art that Akos uses, which does Shackle Blade. If you get hit by that, you cannot do your special. So I think this special, it'll kill Mikhail, probably will kill Mikhail, but I don't think he'll catch anybody else in it. Too far away. So he now has to kill both Akos and Petroka separately, which is unfortunate time loss. The other thing to note about Akos is when he reaches half HP, he'll like evade everything for a very long time. You can't hit him for a bit. So he's going to target Akos first, get him into that state, leave the AI on Akos so their weak hits will be evaded. I think it's like a certain number of evades, or it might be time-based, I'm not sure. But he's going to get Akos into that state and then target Petroka. Yeah, you can see Akos just enraged, so he's now in that state. He's going to evade everything whether we attack him or not. That lasts for a little bit. Yeah, so at this point, there really is no good, consistent strategy to take these guys out. You just kind of have to keep using your specials. It really does lose a lot of time to do this. Had he lined up the AoE the first time, he's about to get blade shackled actually, this got even worse. Had he lined up the AoE the first time, this fight would already be over. It's very difficult to do.
Even if you only get 2 of them, it's not too bad, but only getting 1 of them with the initial fusion combo, it really does just make the fight so tough. Like, I guess the second best case scenario, like yes, would be Petroka is the one that survives and Akos is killed. But
yep.
Having both of them survive is really brutal for the time. Fortunately, I guess the one sort of side effect that is beneficial is that he will definitely have a full party gauge for the Jin fight here. So Jin should be free.
So this fight is really free. You hit him once, you pick up the potion, and you chain attack him, and he's dead. It's because you only need to get him to a certain HP threshold. And one HP potion is enough not only to max out your party gauge, because you'll be just shy when the fight starts, but it's also enough because of Gathering Sparks will allow you to do enough damage to get him into the HP threshold.
This is also the only fight in the game that stops partway through before you've managed to kill them and doesn't have a second phase.
Yep.
In this phase, Jin just beats you up and then leaves. Whereas all other fights that stop midway then have a second phase where you actually get to kill them.
Yeah.
Yep. And he leaves with Pyra, so we do not have Pyra right now. For this entire chapter, we do not have Pyra. Yeah, which conveniently, we're not maining Pyra anyway for this run, we're maining Crossset. So it actually doesn't change strategies up too drastically. We don't have the consistent toppling from Rex for this chapter, but because of how the fights end up working out, we don't really need that.
So now Gran is picking up his potions for Gigarosa, and he is going to try to get his break and then do his double stack. And similarly, he'll try to spend time during the chain attack with the animations going so that he can get some DOT ticks as well from the volcano. So he got a nice break.
He did get it.
Gonna get his tier 4 off here and then get his chain and should get a solid amount of XP from the fight.
All of it on the overkill, all the damage. I guess one thing we didn't mention earlier is that you don't have to do the QTEs in the chain attack. Usually we'll just mash through them to get them over with quicker. For this chain attack, we're not going to mash through them because that'll give us 1 or 2 extra DOT ticks for extra XP.
Yeah, the QTEs are really pretty minimal in what they do for you. But from my understanding, they give you like an extra 100 damage or something completely negligible like that.
It's such an it doesn't matter at all. Like it's such a small number. The game tricks you into thinking you're like, oh, an AT, I gotta hit these, but it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, 100 damage extra on an art that does 20,000 damage is like okay, or 20,000 damage over time, not even 20,000 damage, right? It's like it's completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
I guess
when you're not in a chain attack, they do build your party gauge for landing those. But in a chain attack, it doesn't matter.
And they also, if you are doing your tier 1 or something and you hit it, you get to start with some special gauge as well from hitting it. So I guess outside of the chain they're important to hit for the most part, but in the chain itself definitely pretty insignificant.
Yeah, so you see a lot of the time in like the challenge mode runs, the IL runs, that they often just miss all the QTs because it doesn't matter.
This is also where a lot of the blades that we saw the blade pools for Anil and Gren earlier. This chapter is where a vast majority of them are going to get used for various field skill checks. There's quite a few of them here in the Crucible, and then there's a handful more in Moritha that we'll have to use to kind of traverse some of the terrain and get through places. So a lot of that stuff that we did way earlier for various elements and stuff, and like Keen Eye and Ancient Wisdom, it's all kind of going to be kind of used to progress the story here.
Spirit Crucible Opus is really interesting in how it behaves. That canonically, this area saps blades of a lot of their power and makes them weaker. And that carries over into gameplay in that, aside from Tora and Poppy, because Poppy's an artificial blade, all blades can only use their level 1 special. They can't go up any higher than that. And I believe they also can't reach max affinity. Is that right?
Correct. It actually decreases as you get to the different layers of Spirit Crucible Opus. So in the top level, you can still use all of your specials. So when you get to the mid level, you can only use special 2. When you get to the lower level, you can only use special 1. So as you get deeper, your energy gets sapped more and more. Now this matters a little bit for the run. Crossset's level 1 special is just kind of broken, so works out that we can still use that. But her level 2 would probably be better for the fight that we have to do in this dungeon. But it really doesn't matter. The fight's not too bad as is. So one thing that you're gonna see Anil doing now is he's gonna put Tora into the party. Tora still has the colorful feather accessory on him, which means that he takes the aggro. There are gonna be a few unique monsters that will aggro us in this dungeon, so having Tora take that aggro is going to be useful. Also for the fight, we don't want all of the enemies attacking Nia at the start of the fight.
Also going to point out that Gren is throwing rocks at some enemies here because he is going to need to pull a Gion later for leaving. So he's doing what we saw Anil did not have to do.
You know, part of me is a little mad that the runners did get as good blade pulls as they got, because I really wanted to show off like all the different types of backups that we'd have to do. But nah, they both got Boreas, they both got Perun, like, you know, which we like our runners having good blade pulls. But the only difference between the two runners right now is leaping, as far as field skills are concerned.
Yeah, and it's good that they ended up pretty balanced like that, because you can really throw off their times if one of them gets good RNG and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, that's why I was nervous. I was nervous when Anil had as good a pulse as he did. I was like, this can only be worse.
It took him less time to get them, though. Gren spent more time doing blade pulls, so there was still time lost, even though the blades themselves are not significantly changed. Interesting that Anil is doing the old movement through Elpis. This is
I was gonna say that we usually take the other route.
That might have just been a brain fart, honestly.
Yeah, he was saying he hasn't played a whole ton in the last year, so it might just been old muscle memory kicking in.
I think that's what it is. It's not a super significant difference in time.
Yeah, we're talking like seconds, so it's fine.
Unless he was just scared of getting killed by the Guyana up on the other path.
They don't aggro you, because we disabled aggro.
Oh, that's right, it's DLC.
And if it did, it would target Tora. So...
Right,
a few
so
seconds
got
lost,
his ship for Mithra there. Getting a little sewer surfing over here for Anil. And now Gren is going to go into the throne room, and now he's going to get thrown into prison and have to do his little escape as well.
Hey, look what I found!
Hopefully he can have some good guard fights at the bottom. And Anil just has a little more walking to do until he can get to the area with all the spiders that he's going to have to use his first blades to bypass the first checks.
Yeah, Spirit Crucible and speedruns is really just a whole lot of walking, because it's only the fight at the very end that's actually a required fight.
So you guys can really
when you're playing this casually, when it's just a huge pain.
Yeah. So you can see where that 5% movement speed really shows its time save, is in these late sections of the game. Chapter 8 as well has a lot of walking, so there's going to be a lot. Anil did get that quick skip.
Oh, nice.
Which is nice. That's one of those skips. It saves like 5 seconds. If you miss it, just go around the wall. But it is a nice little optimization. Saves a few seconds to jump through that little window there.
I only respect runners that fail it and try it again.
So Gren does that. So we'll
Good,
see what
that
he
makes
does.
me happy. I'm just kidding, by the way, guys. I don't mean that. I don't mean it. If you fail it, it's fine.
I'll try it twice. If I fail it a second time, it's like, you know, no, I'm gonna continue the run. I'll try it twice.
One thing that we did not mention is the Tantal Palace skip, which is a skip that normally will save a little bit of time, but is actually detrimental in, I think, all new game speedruns, because you lose some location XP.
Yep, we don't do it in any category. Like, it's so inconsistent in New Game Plus that you guys probably don't do it, right?
Yeah, New Game Plus it would help, but it's just not worth it. It's too risky. It doesn't save enough time for it to be worth going for.
Yeah, it's a very difficult clip to get. Getting it will miss a landmark, which means the XP curve gets worse. It is actually a pretty significant landmark as far as the XP that you get. And in addition to that, you are receiving aggro. So even though we've disabled aggro, the guards in Tantal's Palace, for whatever reason, will still aggro you. And if you take too long at that, trying to do the clip, not only have you lost time, but you risk dying. So it's absolutely not worth trying. So on Anil's screen right now is a pretty convenient ladder that we can grab onto while falling. In all of the Xenoblade games, if you grab onto a ladder while falling, you will basically you'll grab onto it and be able to fall from pretty high heights depending on where the ladders are. So that's a nice little optimization for movement down this the central room here.
Yeah, this is another one of those rooms that I'm so used to using the ladder that I have no idea how to actually get down there legitimately.
It's not as convoluted as the warehouse in Chapter 4, but it can get a little confusing. Myself, I also don't remember how to get down the right way. But I don't remember getting lost here casually.
Oh, yeah, of course. The map is here. This is one of those instances where you guys were talking about the map and like the waypoint being really misleading. This map is so bad for that, with all the layers that there are. So, yeah, for sure.
But
it's a
also
very vertical level, which does not lend itself well to
exactly.
2D maps.
That ladder jump, there's actually a different method of doing it involving zombie hover that can actually be very risky, because you risk crashing your game when doing that. I believe Gren actually, the last time he tried doing a New Game Plus run, crashed his game there and has not tried it again ever since.
That sounds right. Yeah, that load in particular is very inconsistent, and we need to buffer the zombie hover out of the loading screen. So due to the inconsistency of the load, sometimes you get it too early, which crashes the game, and sometimes you get it too late, so you don't get it. And it does save time, but it's not worth the risk to go for. Gren will still try it in New Game Plus, but I don't advise that.
I don't even know if it saves time in New Game Plus because you need to switch characters. Normally you're controlling
oh, that's
Rex
true.
here, I believe. So yeah, I'm not sure what his
do you
plan
not
was
just
there,
use
but
do you not use grenade launcher for that fight?
I'm not sure.
It's been a while.
No, I think we use Wild Volley and just hope that it kills all of them.
Okay, where are we off to?
Alright, so right now Anil is going to be menuing a bunch of different blades for various field skills. He needs 2 wind blades, 2 fire, or is it 3 wind? I think it's 2 wind at this part of the game. He needs 2 wind, he needs 2 fire, he needs Ancient Wisdom, and he needs Keen Eye. Conveniently, because of the blades that he got, he is able to equip all of them at the same time. That is because Adenine has Wind Mastery and Keen Eye, so she is able to handle both of those field skill checks. And he'll probably leave Adenine equipped for later as well. Or is Adenine on Nia? If Adenine's on Nia, he'll probably remove.
Yeah. I think that might be the case, actually.
The fight we're going to be coming up on at the end of the Spirit Crucible is another one of those that is extremely annoying casually, especially if you don't know what you're doing, because it can take a very long time.
I imagine most people hit the max. I didn't even know there was a max of Maltus until I was speedrunning the game, and the first time I ever did a run, it may have been Gren, was in my chat, was like, yeah, so that's the most you can actually get in one fight. And I was like,
That's funny.
It felt bad, yeah. I guess.
So if you've only played this game casually and you've never seen the speedrun, you probably don't know what we're referring to. So the Phantasms, if you remember playing casually, it's like endless wave after wave after wave of these like atom ghost-like creatures called Phantasms. And it's wave after wave after wave until eventually the fight just ends and you don't really know why it ended, but okay, guess the fight's over. I think it's like 25 of them that you have to kill or something like that.
Yeah, it's 25.
So basically,
Well,
what
20
happens?
I think
is-
it's 25 Multises, maybe, so maybe 29 total. Either one. One.
something like that. But yeah, anyway, so they have this move called Multis, which summons the reinforcements. And after so many usages of that move, they will stop using it, so the fight will end. And it's meant to be an incredibly long fight. However, if you kill them before they use Multis, they do not summon the reinforcements. So we're gonna try and kill as many of them as possible without them using Multis. They probably will Multis once or twice, and that's kind of normal. Once for sure is normal. But we're gonna try and use a lot of AOE and a lot of really strong arts. We're gonna pick up a lot of potions to kill them before they use Multis.
Gren
So let's see if
might
he's
be
able to do
getting
that.
the multi-kill here. He set it up pretty nicely. Oh, man. Unfortunate.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate fight overall for Gren.
Yeah, that was it. I was looking at his positioning when he did his break and then the 3-4.
He might be able to salvage something. He missed the break. Unfortunate. Nick Kyle should be good though. But yeah, so over on Anil's side, you'll see that he is using Crosset's tier 1 when they're at half to 3/4 health, depending on how many potions he has. It will kill from that threshold. He is specifically not using the break art in this fight because the break will do DOT damage to the other phantasms, but it will not kill them. So that will allow them to summon reinforcements. But it looks like this fight was actually pretty good. So he multis right at the end, but he did kill
You
him.
have a pretty decent window from when you need to kill them and when Multis pops up. You probably have like 2 to 3 full seconds that you can knock the HP to 0 while once that pops. Looks like Gren got a nice cleanup there. Like I said, kind of an unfortunate start with his tier 4 not really getting a whole lot worth of damage, but he's gonna finish up Akos here after he gets out of this black wave.
I missed it. Did he kill Patroka with the AoE or no?
No, he had to
Okay.
back up both of
But
them.
it does
unfortunately.
seem like he took care of Agnes and Patroka faster than Anil did.
Yeah. Overall, not the worst fight. Like I said, that's one of the least
Yeah,
consistent.
when
fights in this
you were
game.
talking about the lack of consistency on it, that is one of the fights that I think people practice the most, and even regardless of how much you practice it, it can just really troll you with the enemy's position or black wave. Like there's so many things that you can get trolled by.
Yeah, you know it's
Isn't it-
bad when the Bringer of Chaos fight is more consistent.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bringer of Chaos uses Godfrey for that fight of all things, doesn't it?
Not anymore. We used to.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I bet you're disappointed about that.
I'm
So,
very disappointed. If you were watching the Torna run earlier, remember people saying that nobody loves Godfrey? There is one exception. That is me. I love Godfrey. It's my favorite blade. I understand that that's the wrong opinion, and I won't defend it. But I love Godfrey. So the fact that I routed him into Bringer of Chaos is actually great. But yeah, we no longer use him, unfortunately.
A bit of a conventional Jin fight there because he didn't have party gauge, but did a really good job of cleaning that up as well.
Yep.
Did some tier 1s.
Yeah, he still got the
Yeah.
chain pretty quick, so not too bad.
Speaking of Godfrey, one kind of weird thing that annoys me about him is the fact that he definitely should have been a fire type.
Right.
Because as it happens,
Certainly
when you
seem
exclude
well
all of the DLC and blades from updates, and all of the story blades, there is exactly 4 rare blades of every weapon, and 4 rare blades of every element, with the exceptions being Cosmos takes up 1 slot of the fire blades because she's the only light one, and one of the other fire blades is taken up by ice. So there are 5 ice blades and only 2 fire blades. Whereas if one of those ice blades was a fire blade, it would all be perfectly balanced.
Which is really funny also because fire is typically a really good element in this game and ice is a really bad one. So we've got 5 blades that just don't have a good element type.
And that combined with, I mean, Godfrey has plenty of fire motifs. He even believes himself to be a fire type. His whole heart-to-heart is him having an existential crisis over realizing he's not a fire type.
Which is really funny. I love Godfrey. He's great.
So yeah, that, among the other things, the other reasons that people don't like Godfrey, that's why I don't like Godfrey.
I like Godfrey for one reason, and that's that if he is like your second blade pull that you get, then that means you're probably getting Boreas. So that he's the good omen, all right? That's all that matters. Because I'm like, oh, we're in the pity group I want to be in. So Godfrey's kind of my boy sometimes. He's He's not the bringer of chaos. He's the bringer of Boreas. So I respect him for that.
Yeah, so Anil bought different accessories than is what I thought he was buying. Did you guys see what he purchased?
I did not.
It's the
Okay.
dawn of a new
Yeah,
day.
I'm assuming he bought the male loincloth and the box of air braces. He may have also bought the charming swimsuit and the bio gauntlets are also accessories that we'll use for various strategies. So I'm interested to see which strategies he's going to be doing. The bio gauntlets in particular are pretty useful because they increase the amount of special that you get for canceling an art, which will basically allow the AI-controlled characters that use this accessory to build their specials quicker. I don't know if he purchased that. I missed it. So we'll see what he ends up doing.
The
Fight is Malos, which this is the fight where I mentioned that Adenine does make the fight a little more consistent. We'll see if he ends up doing that.
Quips of Moratha is another one of those areas in a casual playthrough that is probably very annoying for a lot of people because it is not super intuitive where you need to go. You end up actually needing to go through 2 separate secret locations just in order to progress the story. So a lot of people assume that they're going the wrong way when they end up in those places, but actually it's where you need to go.
Yep. So I saw in his menu he did buy the male loincloth and the box of air embraces. Male loincloth increases 50% damage when the blade gender is the opposite to your own, used on male drivers. There is an equivalent for the charming swimsuit for female drivers. He is going to be using this later on so that Pyramithra can do more damage on Rex for certain fights come late game. The other accessory is the box of embraces, which improves your damage by 35% to enemies that are a higher level than you. This is related to what I had mentioned earlier when we were talking about ins and redeeming bonus XP. There may be a point, depending on your XP curve, where you intentionally leave your character a level lower so you can make use of the box of embraces. For this part of the run, we are definitely going to be a lower level than the enemies that we're fighting. And so that's not a concern. We're going to have the buff from the boxer embraces regardless. I did see also that Anil does have Adenine equipped, so I'll explain her passive. She has a passive which provides a party-wide buff to increase the amount of damage you do targeting an enemy's weakness. Malos is the next fight, and Malos is weak to wind, rather weak to light, not wind. He's doing like a field skill, so that messed me up. He's weak to light. Corbin is a light blade, so he does a ton of damage to Malos. So the strategy is going to be to, as quick as possible, do a nuclear blast combo, which is going to be fire, fire, and then light. So Crossset and Bridget, I believe, will handle the first 2 steps of the blade combo. Or it's going to be, yeah, Crossset and Bridget. And then Corbin will finish it off. If you don't have Adenine, which can cause Corbin to do additional damage, the strategy is to pick up a potion or 2 with Crossset. To cover that extra bit of damage that you need to do. But with Adenine, you don't need any potions, and you can just have Corbin do the extra damage instead of having Crossset do the extra damage. So it does look like he's set up to do that strategy. It removes some potion RNG, which is always nice, because potions can spawn in random places. Should be, hopefully he does that strategy, and he can show that off. Adenine is the only gacha blade that gets use in combat in this category.
Yeah, a lot of the time, like we talked about kind of the potion placement earlier being unfortunate. This fight, the window can get pretty tight in trying to do all 3 specials before Monado armor. So if you get potions that land far away, on this fight particularly, it can be more annoying than on some others because of that defensive ability. So being able to just kind of bypass that and not have to worry about that is nice. I love the Adenine strat. It's one of my favorite bonus options in the game in this route. Plus Adenine's S tier, so it's great to just see her get popped out.
Yeah, so you'll see right after this, he'll immediately use Corbin's special and switch to Adenine at the same time. Oh, he got armor. Okay, so this is not gonna kill. So he was a little slow on using his special with Nia, which caused him to miss the threshold. This fight is gonna be a lot longer now. If Malos never got armor, this fight would be already be over. But instead, he still got like.
It is, though. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
the
it's
window
tight.
is so tight.
Yeah, he hesitated for like a second, and it mattered.
I'm gonna point out that Gren also got that little skip over the wall
Yep.
in the middle of Elvis.
You'll
I
love
was
to see
actually
it.
kind of hoping he would fail it once because you guys said that he would go for it a second
I'm
time.
pretty sure he
I
does.
wanted to see it. Dude, what is happening with those score boxes there for him?
And that's a skip that I didn't even know about for the longest time until I saw somebody else do it. I thought, oh, I should try that.
It's like it makes sense once you see it, but you never think that there's a skip.
Yeah. It's not hard to do if you just practice it a little bit either. The jump's pretty forgiving. It's certainly not the hardest platforming in this run. There's a couple of little things that do it a little considerably tougher, but
There's a couple of other movement optimizations that I didn't know about at the time that I was doing runs. That it's been a while since the last time I did a run. There are probably ways that I know of now to improve upon it, but nobody's tried challenging my run, so I haven't had the motivation.
getting
you'll notice that
the rare adenine usage in chain attack.
Yeah, I was just gonna talk about that. Yeah, so Adenine was using that chain attack so that Corbin can do more damage and he'll get more overkill. Normally you don't want to chain Malos, but I guess because he had to do the chain anyway because he got armored, may as well get the most XP out of it. So using Adenine in the chain attack allowed him to get that extra XP.
It looks like Gren is doing the zombie hover in Elvis instead of just doing the ladder jump.
Interesting.
And it looks like it did actually work for him.
He got it. I don't know why you would risk game crashing right now, but nice showing off that trick. That saves a ton of time.
It's not,
He
it's
did
not
also
a risk
just-
if you know it's gonna work, right?
He did also
He's-
just
he's
pull a
mad
G
for
on.
that.
He's going to need that a little bit later. With the ancient wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is interesting to note that he is still in that zombie hover state. So if he like hits like geometry in a weird way and like starts falling, he will like be put into the hovering animation where he gets stuck or falling, which is annoying. He can switch to draw mark to get out of it, but the geometry here is kind of weird. So I think he ends up doing that. Oh, is he out of the animation? I think he's out of
It
the
must
zombie
be
hover.
that looked like a long enough fall that it should have. Yeah.
You don't need a
he's
long
definitely
fall
out
at
of it.
all. I don't know why he's not in that state anymore. Okay.
Oh, there was a
isn't
cutscene
there
at the
a
bottom.
cutscene?
That's why.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
cutscene
yeah.
at the door.
Yeah, you're right. That makes sense.
Truly.
Oh, also, this area, the way of the practitioner where they are right now, we recently found a way to skip this whole little area right here. Although, by my understanding, it's very risky and difficult to do, and not really worth it.
I
But it
think
is pretty
Gren's
cool.
going to go for it. He went for it last night and got it. So
Oh, seriously?
I think he may be trying it. Yeah, it's so cool.
I think Gren just wants to show off the cool stuff.
Yeah, so I hope he does.
Yeah, so right here, Gren is actually picking up some bugs, which means that he'll need to sneak behind a unique monster here that will aggro him. It is possible that he aggroes, probably won't, but it's possible, so keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we have Jin and Malos, which this used to be one of the hardest fights in the run. It can still go kind of south, but it's actually not too bad anymore. Malos is weak to light, and Corbin is broken, so we're probably fine.
It definitely is one of the harder runs, harder fights casually.
Absolutely.
Struggled on this quite a bit.
Yep, so Malos is going to armor, but I don't... Jin Demon Cloak, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so Corbin's actually so strong that it might have actually killed through that armor, because it only needs to get him to half health for this fight. But Jin did Demon Cloak, which forces aggro from everyone. So Anil's actually having a little bit of trouble with this. He did not open the gate, so if he does go down here, which is unfortunately not going to be the case, if he did go down, it would have been a lot of time save because he would have respawned in a very unfortunate location. But he should be good. But the armor wore off right at the end, so he's good. Well done by Anil.
I think it's a nice little victory lap fight. Pretty sweet.
Yep. So this next fight, you can't die.
Rick
It's
gets
a
some
better
trip.
it's a better Gort fight in that regard. You can't die here. It's tutorializing what we call Numa, which is the ascended state of Pyra and Mithra, with the green hair there. This blade is absolutely busted. You get a ton of buffs. Party-wide break resistance. She always targets the enemy's weakness, which is incredibly useful. Yeah, the arts and specials do insane amounts of damage. Specifically, the specials do insane amounts of damage. So the strategy here is to do a steam explosion on Malos, entirely with Numa for every step of the blade combo, but only hit the last stage of the blade combo when the armor has worn off. Because Steam Explosion is an AoE, and a very large one at that, it'll be very easy to hit both Malos and Jin, and they should both die, with or without a break. So, yeah, really easy fight. It's supposed to be. You can't die here. It's tutorializing the broken character.
What is interesting is, while she is extremely broken here, she actually tends to fall off as you get really far into post-game, because it's impossible to increase her trust level. So the damage values actually stagnate right where they are, whereas the other blades, you can make them stronger.
Yep, as far as the speedrun is concerned, though, we will still be using Numa for the entire game. Yeah, Numa is a very, very good blade. The thing with Numa is you can only activate her when Pyra and Mithra are at max affinity, which this is what makes Hunter's chemistry so important, so we can use Numa at the beginning of a fight. But in addition, you also need a full party gauge, and that becomes the bigger problem. So as I mentioned earlier, Mithra's weapon chip allows her to deal a critical rate, very, very high critical rate. So Mithra will be getting a lot of criticals. Combine that with a skill that we will get on Rex later to increase the amount of party gauge obtained from landing criticals. That will be the way that we build up the party gauge. So the entire combat section regarding Numa will basically involve get party gauge as quick as possible, activate Numa, end the fight. You'll also notice that Anil just reset his game. That is because he is clearing the game for a memory leak. Chapter 7 is a good time to do that. It does prompt you to save at the end of every chapter, so we make use of that here.
Now we come to the biggest decision in the entire game, most important part of the run. Here we need to choose between Pyra and Mithra. Oh, he almost faked me out there. I knew there was no chance he would do it.
Yeah, Mithra is 1 frame faster, and that is my justification for picking Mithra. But people usually just pick whoever they want.
Grand
Exactly,
had a
it's
solid Phantasms fight on the right there.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Clutching it out, really, really nice.
I'll mention that the Pyra Mithra choice is actually a fantastic donation incentive for marathons. People tend to feel very strongly about who gets picked.
I'm Team Mithra.
It
has nothing to do with the character, it's just a frame faster.
It's alright, Evan. You can't be right about everything. Yeah, it is fun.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's fun because you get to. It only takes like 2 frames.
That's what reflects the getting the world record despite being 1 frame slower. It's just that good.
That's fair. That's fair.
I respect the hustle. That's balling.
Yeah. So as you can see, though, as soon as we activate Numa, we just do a special. So we already had a photon from using a Mithra special to build up to get Numa in the first place. So the second phase of the blade combo was Numa, which is incredibly powerful. You'll notice that he did switch the special that we're doing, so Numa also can pick which element that she is. So you can do any stage of any blade combo with Numa, which is another reason why she's so useful. Now, when you start with light, your 2 options are light and electric. The animation for the electric comes out quicker, so it's faster to use that than to use gamma ray, which is light into light. And you'll see that again in the upcoming fights, is that we'll be using the electric blade combo to extend after photon. Yeah, so this is the land of Mortha. That enemy that we just fought, it's known as a Goldo. The next fight is going to be like 10 of those guys. Conveniently, actually in this fight we're not going to use the electric special. We're going to use the light special because gamma ray is an AoE. So we're going to use that, and it'll take out almost all of the Goldos in this next fight. It'll probably miss a few, in which case we just use another special to take them out. But the vast majority of them will die after one special. It will be a little sketchy before we're able to get Numa because there's so many of them, and Rex will have the aggro, not Jin.
Okay, well done. Time to take you
I guess the other thing is, yeah, Jin is in the party for now. It's only temporary. He does have some arts that can mess with some fights. So he can use a break, which will like make you do more damage, so they actually die before the special comes out. So because of that, we choose to target an enemy that he is not attacking, so they will not get broken.
Jin can definitely be a lot of fun to play around with, but he has an arc that's basically an entire driver combo in one. Unfortunately, for the purposes of speedrunning, it's not all that useful.
Nope. It is useful in the Bringer of Chaos speedrun, for what it's worth.
You don't actually play as Jin though, do you?
We don't play as Jin, but he'll use Heavenly Disrupt as an AI, which can save us some time. Yeah, so that Horde fight went very well. Yeah, it's only really sketchy at the beginning, and it's not too much of a concern, but every once in a while you'll see somebody go down there. If that does happen, interesting safety strat on Grin's side. Actually, I'll get back to that. But if that does happen, you respawn without any of your party gauge, so you have to do even more specials with Mithra, so it becomes way sketchier. What you'll notice Gren did is Gren accidentally got aggroed by Machine Gun Julio, who is one of the unique monsters in this area. He won't always aggro you, his movement patterns are random. If he does aggro you, he can kill you. So what Gren did is he grabbed some vines that are on the side of the cliff there. If you are grabbing a climbable surface, it will negate whatever combat you're in. So that was just a good kind of improv, but like we planned for that. To account for not dying to the unique monster, because you lose like 2 minutes because you respawn way back at the beginning of Cliffs of Mortha.
So it was a nice Tornado Boom skip from Anil. We got that pretty much first try. That
Yep,
was a
that
nice
was
little
very
skip
good.
that was found by, I believe, Xenoblade. And that saves, I want to say, about 10 to 15 seconds just walking around that whole room. Kind of a fun trick to pull off. A little difficult, but not too bad with a little bit of practice.
Yeah, and that makes it look easy, but it's a little bit harder than that.
Now we're about to head into the Infernal Goldo fight, which I guess now that we've already done the Future Connected speedrun, may look a little bit familiar to some people.
It's basically Fog King.
This is where we were going.
The Infernal Goldo, or well, I suppose the Fog King reuses Infernal Goldo's model and animations. Not out of any particular lore reason. I assume it was really just to save on resources and not have to make a new boss design. But it's just a cool little fun fact.
Yeah, so for this fight, it's going to be a two-phase fight. The first phase is incredibly simple. You just do two stages of a blade combo with Numa, and the fight is over. He did use Gamma Ray, so it is going to take a little longer for the explosion to go off, but as soon as it does, the fight is over. He's actually going to get a topple just to slow down the fight a little bit more, I guess, for some reason. There we go. Alright, so not a bad first phase. This second phase, you're kind of on a timer. So when you activate Numa only lasts for a certain amount of time, and you need to basically do everything you need to do while that timer is active. So we want to activate Numa because she gives a party-wide buff for break chance. So given that we will be controlling Nia in this fight with Crossset, we need to activate Numa on the AI-controlled Rex, which a lot of people when playing casually don't actually realize you can do that. But yeah, we're gonna wait for Max Affinity and then pop Numa, which she has not done yet. There he goes. So what we want here is a chain attack. So Anil is going to be doing a few different combos. I don't remember if he gets one orb on a double stack or he gets two orbs just in general. There's two strategies. One is safer but and more consistent but slower. So there's a few different ways you can do this. Don't know which one he's going for, but the idea is to get as much XP as possible. This is one of the fights that give the most XP of any fight in the entire run. So you absolutely want these damages. So it looks like he's going for a double stack topple. I don't know if he'll get it. Another thing of note is using a tier 4 will pause the timer of the driver combo. Oh, he just got a chain off of this. He's not even getting an orb.
I'm going to mention quickly that looks like Gren managed to kill Malos before he used Minato armor, so he had a much quicker fight than Anil did there, saving a little bit of time.
Yeah, so interesting to note that Anil's actually not going for the increased XP. He's getting 200%, but you can use that fight to get like 300%. I guess his XP curve is actually pretty good, so I guess he doesn't really need it, and maybe that's what he's thinking. Or he's just using a different strategy, which is also fine. It is interesting to note that you can get very respectable times in this game using a wide variety of different strategies. Because at the end of the day, sometimes you want consistency and sometimes you want being optimal. And because this is a JRPG, there is a lot of randomness. You gotta kind of pick and choose which fights you want the optimal strats and which fights you want the safe and consistent strats.
Oh, look at that. Gren's going for the skip.
Yep, Gren's going for the skip. You could only do this when playing as Dromark. I don't think he liked where he landed, so he's gonna clip back in bounds and try it again. I've never seen this clip actually done in a run, so I have no idea how it works. I don't know if any of you guys have more info on this clip.
I've only seen it in a run for the first time yesterday when I watched Gren do it.
Oh,
it's
no.
It's just
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not
So,
saving time. I wonder if he's
yeah.
gonna try it again, but
I hope he shows it off, but he really shouldn't because he's losing a lot of time to this. But it is a
oh
cool.
wow, that put him really far back.
Yeah, see, this is why not a lot of people go for it. It saves like 15, 20 seconds or something like that,
I
right?
don't even know if it's that much.
Is it not even that much? Why is he doing this then?
Cool.
So remember what I was saying
very
about a
cool.
minute ago about safety versus consistency, and being optimal and whatever. This is a great example. I love that he's trying to show it off because it is a very cool trick. But unfortunately, it's not usually worth it for reasons like this.
Something also weird about it is that for some reason the accessories or the aux cores that give the blades different costumes, for some reason affect Dromark's hitbox enough that if he is using a certain costume, this trick won't work.
Yes, that is
which
true.
I
However, there
had
is
no
a
idea
different
about.
there is a different trick that you can do if he is wearing that costume. Yeah, there is a clip that is exclusive to like the tiger costume. We have no idea why the two different Dromark costumes have different collision boxes. So he is going for it again.
Oh, this is where we were going.
Yeah, it looks like he made it.
Yep, he made it.
Yeah, that is a pretty cool looking clip. It definitely did not save him time in this case.
Yep. So he is activating the door in case he dies to Jalos, which is good.
So Anil now is in the world tree. This is just a lot of walking for a while right here. We've had discussions before about the minimal time saves of standing on top of that pedestal in the middle of the elevators, whether that gets you past the loading zone quicker. We're talking about minuscule time saves.
Like a frame.
It's fun little discussions that we like to have sometimes.
With this one, we never actually came to an answer because we looked at like the PBs for Quad, for Gren, for Anil. We looked at a bunch of people's different PBs, and there was absolutely no consistency. However, there was one case where somebody stood on top of the elevator and lost time, and other people didn't stand on the elevator and also lost time. There was really no rhyme or reason as to whether or not the elevator, like standing on top of the pedestal or not, made a difference. But the difference in the amount of time that it took seemed to be like several frames. Unfortunate there, Anil accidentally pressed A to start the fight instead of pressing A on the elevator. So, unfortunate. A little bit of time lost there, but nothing too bad.
Yeah, at least he didn't actually aggro the enemy, which would have been much worse.
This is true. Yeah, I guess he would have had to kill him, right, if that happened?
Either that or jump off. Killing is probably faster.
Yeah, killing's probably faster. But... yeah, I do want to say this is my personal favorite track in the game, so the fact that we have to do a ton of walking in this section, I am totally okay with.
Yeah, the fact that it's a remix of the main theme is pretty cool, because that was something that Xenoblade 1 lacked, is an area theme that was a remix of the main theme.
I just love the baseline. Baseline's sick. But over on Gren's stream, same thing. Just trying to get looks like he's going for Diamond Mist instead of Steam Explosion. I don't remember offhand if Diamond Mist is an AOE. I think it is.
It is. It's just a little bit faster of an animation. As far as
Yeah.
I know, that's the only real benefit.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, that makes sense.
Anil is also about to get to the nuclear dump skip, which is just a nice little skip that we do that normally you need to go into another room to drain the water out of here. But the collision here sucks bad enough that we're able to just clip through the corner of this tank. If you just press up against the wall and move slowly enough, you can clip through the corner. And then by switching your party as you press up against the ladder, you're able to grab it despite the water being there.
Yeah, so the reason that happens is when you change your party, it needs to like replace the characters like into the world. You basically have to respawn the characters at your current location. And it like as it's processing the game's main loop, it processes are you touching a ladder before it processes are you in the water. So you can just grab the ladder, which you normally cannot do while swimming.
And yeah, strangely enough, you don't even need to change who you're controlling or your driver setup at all. Even just switching which blades you have equipped is enough to cause that to happen.
Yep, any change to any member of the party will cause all the members of the party to respawn. This includes changing costumes. So if you have some DLC costumes and you equip them, that'll have to replace the character to get the new model in for the new costume, and that will also allow you to grab the ladders.
Right, so we're going to see now Gren reset his game as well, and now we're about to see who he chooses for the Pyra Mithra choice.
He's one of those pathetic Pyra empathizers. So
Is he?
yeah, it's.
I thought he was Mithra. I thought he liked saving frames.
Maybe yesterday he disappointed me, so I don't know. Maybe he's.
Hell yeah!
Oh, you're
let's
right.
go.
Told you.
Man, we have
I
two
was,
disappointing runners. So it's upsetting.
I was entirely prepared.
Let's
for this
go.
one. I was hoping Anil was gonna, win me over, but I don't even. I'm not Team Kevis or Agnes anymore.
We're all we're all
Team
Mobius.
hybrid. Team Crossset for real though.
I don't know if anyone's made the joke yet that all the commentators are Mobius because we're making Team Agnes and Team Kevis fight for our amusement.
Yep. So this section that Anil is at, normally in a casual playthrough, if you didn't have the DLC, you would have to avoid the aggro of a bunch of these monsters in order to be able to get to that key, to be able to activate it, or just fight them. So in the no DLC category, that's actually kind of like a mini stealth section where we have to, because the patterns are kind of random, we have to kind of like figure out where things are and be able to maneuver around them. However, with DLC, we can disable the enemy aggro, and that's a good example of how that saves us some time. Also, did Anil pick Pyra or Mithra? He picked Mithra, right?
And now
He
pick Mithra.
Yeah.
He faked us out, but he picked Mithra.
He tried to pull the plot twist there.
Yeah, so for now, it's just going to be a little bit of just some walking around for both of these players.
Yeah, I don't believe there's another fight until the very end of the chapter.
Yep, so the last fight of this chapter is going to be the Indoline Star, which I honestly don't know why that's even, like, a boss fight. I think they just needed something to get an even 10 chapters, because it's kind of an awkward, like, break in the flow of everything. So, we still got quite...
And ending after the Infernal Goldo would have made chapter 8 too short, but there's nowhere else to end it.
Yeah, Goldo would have made sense. You have chapter 8 be Mortha, chapter 9 be the World Tree, but...
Yeah, just chapter 8 would have been way too short if we did that, but oh well.
Oh, yeah, I guess for those who may not be familiar with this game and are watching, yeah, this is the World Tree. It's a space station. I don't think we ever mentioned that. Just kind of assume you guys know that. But
that's something about the fact that we're doing a race right now and we're commentating 2 runs at the same time. There's always something to talk about. One of these guys is almost always in a fight, and so there tends to not be nearly as much time to talk about the story as there normally would be.
Which, granted, I mean, I skip the cutscenes when I play this game, so I don't remember a lot of the story beats. But yeah, the World Tree is a space station. I don't think anyone saw that coming when playing casually, right? I didn't.
I didn't know. Although also at the time that I played this, it had been so long since Xenoblade 1 that I completely... the connection went right over my head.
That's a good point.
They finally showed it. I was watching the cutscene and I'm like, this seems vaguely familiar. Where have I seen this before?
Right? That's funny.
And it wasn't until long after I'd finished it, I'm like, was it Xenoblade 1? I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so I had remembered I figured out the connection as soon as they showed just the ring, and I was like, okay, I've seen that before. I know exactly where that's from. This is cool. I didn't need the Klaus connection, just the ring that goes around the space station. But at this point right now, we're starting the Indoline Star fight. This fight is really dumb and stupid. So what we do here is we basically do a gamma ray combo on the flying thing, which is the Indoline Star, and that combo will do enough DOT damage that it just kills everybody else. So we ignore everybody else. But before we do that, we need to do the blade combo with Numa. So in order to get Numa, we need to do tier 2s with Mithra to build up your party gauge. And you can really see just how quickly off of one special 2, which has a ton of hits, so that it's gonna crit every single one of those hits. You filled almost a full party meter, just like that. Now, just to point out, this is a gamma ray. This is not a supernova, and this is going to kill everybody. I think he just barely got the fusion. Didn't quite kill.
Ren had a decent torn and boom spit there. Don't think it was quite as fast as Anil, but not too bad.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, so that was a good inline star from Anil. Yeah, so that's the end of chapter 8. So casually, I'm sure you remember chapters 9 and 10 take a very long time. They are the two shortest chapters in this run because the fights are really quick and there's actually not a lot of them. Chapter 9 only has 2 boss fights, 3 if you count the door clip, and they're really quick. Amalthus in particular is a treat. If you're unfamiliar with the run, look forward to that. But
but these chapters are mostly cutscenes.
Yep.
And so, despite them taking long casually, it's not very long at all in the speedrun.
There's not a lot that actually happens.
Chapter 9 especially is very short. You hardly cover any ground as far as how far you're actually walking.
Yep. Yeah, so while we're walking
most
to the...
of it's right at the beginning, yeah.
It is, yeah. So there's going to be a lot of walking for Anil right now. So if we pay divert our attention over to Gren, he's going to be starting phase 2 of the Goldo fight. I'm interested to see if he's doing another damage over time, no orb strategy, or if he is going to go for the increased XP. I believe he does buy the Zero Battle Course, so he gets more XP for these fights. I'm pretty sure he's using that, but I'm not 100% positive. I wasn't watching his menus too closely. So we'll see what he does. I guess the other thing to point out about Numa is as long as Rex has Numa active, Numa will not die. So he was a little bit worried about Pyra's health at the beginning of this fight, but now that Numa is active, he no longer has to worry about that. I believe he's looking for 2 HP potions, maybe 3, for the strategy he's going for. So
he's got 4, so he should be set.
Yeah, he's fine. He's going for 5. It spawned nearby, why not, right? Okay, so he is gonna do a single orb, it looks like, on a double stacked break. And so this might kill, it might be just shy. He's got a lot of potions, it'll probably kill.
This should kill.
It should, but he's also gonna do a chain attack, so he'll get a full 2 rounds of the chain attack because he's got 1 orb. And every single hit in this chain attack is going to be overkill outside of that very first hit that Crossset does. So he's and also for the remainder of this break, because it's a fusion, he'll be doing increased damage. Interesting that he has common blades on Morag. I don't know if that was intentional or if it just kind of worked out, or it just doesn't matter. I don't know. Yeah, normally you would want Bridget for this fight, but Bridget is on Rex for story reasons during this part of the fight. Also, Rex can equip any blade now, which matters later on. But having Morag, if you basically unequip every blade except for Morag, or rather except for Bridget from Morag, before starting the Jin and Malos fight, Morag will have no blades equipped, so it forces Bridget back onto Morag for that fight. Apparently does not matter, so no reason to do the extra menus to unequip those blades. So over on Anel's screen, when he gets to the end of this bridge here, another like 30 seconds or so, he's going to be starting what many people consider to be the most infamous clip in this run. And it's definitely annoying that it comes so late into the run because you can lose a lot of time to it. It's a door clip. This door, I don't remember exactly what it requires for field seals, but
it's
it requires
5 levels of electric mastery and something certain for levels of focus.
I think it's 4 levels of electric and 5 of focus. It's absurd. You're not going to get that in a speedrun because you need to get absurd luck from the gacha system to get the electrics, because electrics are not common from the gacha system based on the ideal levels of each of our drivers. But also you need to go out of your way to level up focus on Pyra, Mithra, and Wulfric. I think you need all 3 of them. I guess unless you pull Electra, which kind of helps in both. I think Electra has focus.
I don't think Electra has focus now.
All right, place your bets on how many jump attempts you think our guy Anil's gonna need.
It's gonna be a while. So the way this clip works is you run into this control panel, right? And normally you don't go through the wall on the other side. However, because the corner of that control panel is angled, it like as you land on top of it, it forces you outward. And that forcing you outward, if the outward is in the direction of the wall, will force you through the wall. The other side of this door, which is symmetrical in shape, but does not have the control panel, you cannot clip through it. So you need the outward force from landing at the corner of the control panel, which is a very, very, very precise jump. Anil is not using any like visual indicators or guides, and the movement in this game isn't super smooth, so there's going to be a lot of weirdness and irregularities in his movement. You can see sometimes he'll like hit the wall and like kind of like stutter a bit. That means that he's close, but not quite. You need to be very, very precise with this jump, and it's very difficult. It's a run killer sometimes because of how difficult it is.
So this definitely is an opportunity for Gren to make up a little bit of time if Anil ends up taking significantly longer than him.
And I do know
This
that
could be a very big turning point for the run.
exactly. Gren is relatively consistent at this clip. So nobody is truly consistent because this clip is what the clip is. But Gren has been practicing this clip a lot because he knows that this is an opportunity and a place to save some time.
Some people have even made their own category of 100 times door clips.
Yeah, I was gonna say Shem did the 100 door clip speedrun.
Shem is
Yeah,
insane.
Shem is fantastic at this clip because of that.
Was it
Like,
100 or
fantastic when
200? I thought he did it 200 times.
I think he probably did 200.
Yeah,
He's
that's
insane.
possible.
Shout out to ShemCat. Very
I don't
good
know.
run.
I don't know
for
if
your-
200's actually better or worse. Like,
It definitely helps you get better at it, that's for sure.
yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things. It's the only way you can get any kind of consistency is just practicing and getting a feel for it, because a lot of it is just on gut feel and lining up your camera how you're used to and kind of attacking the corner in the way that you found consistency, or at least some semblance of it. Like Hybrid said, consistency is not really a completely real thing with it, but you can certainly like get better at it.
I have a somewhat consistent setup, but a lot of people don't do it. So I plug in a game controller for this clip, which allows me to use the joystick notch to guarantee that Rex's movement is exactly the same every single time. I'll be walking in a perfectly straight line. And then what I'll do is I'll run against the control panel, and I'll time my jump when like Rex lines up with the icon that is control panel. And then I basically gauge, okay, so I ended up too far to the left or too far to the right. So on my next jump, I will jump a little earlier or jump a little later. And I tend to have pretty good consistency, usually within like 30 seconds or so on this clip. This in particular is going pretty bad. I'd say most runners are within like 30 seconds to a minute. It would be their average. But this is definitely a lot longer than that. As we had touched upon earlier, Anil has been a little out of practice. He's been speedrunning other games and doing a bunch of other stuff. So,
But at the same time, this is just a very difficult clip in general.
Exactly.
You really can't blame the runner. For anything
Exactly.
that goes wrong with this clip.
Sometimes you'll be on the you'll be like well practiced, and you'll still just have those days where it just takes you this long. Like it's hard. Not to mention the extra stress of being part of a race. Like it's part of the game. It's annoying that it happens this late, right? If you had like this type of clip and it was like 20 minutes into the run, great. Just reset if it takes too long. But nope, we're at the 3-hour mark, and you got to deal with a clip like this. So he has gotten close a few times, but
what is funny is that in the New Game Plus run, we just opened the panel because we already have all the field skills we need. But if theoretically you were to do this trick and get it on the first try, it is actually faster than opening the door.
Yep, there he
But
goes.
Of course,
Got it.
that's ridiculous to expect.
Yeah, as we like to say around here, first try. Well done, Anil.
So yeah, a lot is riding on how quickly it takes Gren, because if he's able to do that relatively quickly, it'll be a huge time save, and it'll be... Team Agnes will catch up a lot because of that.
Yep. Yeah, as we had mentioned earlier during the Torna run, it's still anyone's race. There's so many moments like that across all the different Xenoblade games that, like, if one runner has a good day or one runner has a bad day, like minutes can be saved on an individual split, an individual clip, or a fight, or whatever. It's still anyone's race. So the next fight that Anil has to do is Jin once again. The fight's actually not too bad. It used to be pretty sketchy fight, but it's relatively consistent now, which is good. So
I'm gonna point out that Anil went around and up to the side rather than just running straight through, because there is a UM that spawns right in the center that will aggro him and stop him from being able to use this elevator if he were to go straight through the middle.
It won't kill you. You'll just be in combat, so you can't activate the elevator. Which is honestly even more inconvenient because you can't just like easily run out of range of him. So if you aggro him, you're losing a ton of time. So try to avoid him. Very easy to avoid. You get it every time, but it's
Just gotta remember not to run straight through.
yeah. On New Game Plus, you just run straight, correct?
Yes, because he's already dead. It's just the tombstone that's there.
Yep, the tombstones carry over. That's right. I don't remember if the tombstones carried over or not.
Yeah, and the tombstones also don't have a collision, so you can even just run directly through the tombstone.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so before this Jin fight, so what's going to happen is there'll be a landmark that you collect right before the Jin fight. And then Anil is going to travel to Letheria to use the inn. Letheria is the closest inn to a travel point. I think Moradane might be closer, but Moradane takes longer to load or something. There's a reason why we use Letheria. And then he's going to travel back to the World Tree to actually fight Jin. He is also going to save just for consistency here. So.
And this is also when he levels up here. It's going to be the last time we go to an inn to level up for the entire rest of the run.
Yep.
The levels will be really intentional too.
New locale.
For a
Stop
couple of
your
reasons
prattling.
that
We
we can
must
kind of
move
explain as
forward.
it kind of gets to a specific
Yep.
point with the ghost fights later on. Gren is cleaning up here in the back part of Chapter 8. He has just got his key card, went through the gate, now he's
Keep a
heading
close
through
eye out
all
for
of the
trouble.
elevators that we saw Anil go through a bit ago. And so he's trying to make his way to the end of the line star fight, finish up Chapter 8, and then he'll be on his way to the
I'm
door as
still getting
well
stronger.
shortly after that.
There is still much to learn.
Yep. Anil has good levels on all of his party members, so I don't think he has anything to worry about that.
Let me
I'm
see
pretty
that
sure.
he
Do you want 58 or do you want 59 on Rex? Actually,
I
Might be
think it's-
59.
I always thought I think it's 59 60 60 is what I usually try to get.
okay. I think with the newer strategies, it's a little different because the XP route's like a little
Yeah.
different.
So it might be different.
So he might be a level below. We'll see what he ends up doing. So what he's doing now is he's going to overdrive Corbin to Morag. So Rex can equip any blade, so he can still equip Corbin if he needs to, which we will do. I don't actually know. We won't do later on. I don't think. But Morag now has Corbin. Morag has very, very good arts on katanas, and Corbin is going to be better than Bridget for some fights later on.
I
In
saw that.
in particular, for Jin, we do need to use Corbin as part of a special. So the strategy for Jin is going to be to do two fusion combos. One of them, both with Numa. The first will be just, he'll probably do a supernova, just because you have, you need to do two light elements to be able to just build party gauge anyway. So you may as well just end that combo with supernova. And then immediately after that, you're going to do a dark light electric combo, where the dark and electric is with Numa and the light is with Corbin in the middle. So, a little bit can go wrong during this fight. Jin has a few tricks up his sleeve. He likes to evade arts and not take as much damage and that kind of stuff. So, we'll see how this goes. But it's not too bad. It is reasonably consistent.
I know that in the Bringer of Chaos run, this is one of I think the longest fights in the game.
Yeah, there were some optimizations. So Chanapon, a Japanese runner, recently made a bunch of improvements to the Bringer of Chaos category, and he found ways to make this fight a little more consistent. So that's very good. But it's, a lot of time was lost on this fight. Let's say.
Gren had a pretty nice end-of-line star fight. Finish up Chapter 8. So he's making up some time here. If he can have a good door clip, he'll put a nice dent in that deficit that Team Agnes has.
Yeah, so interesting that he's doing this combo with Corbin and not with Numa. That will allow the first part of the following combo to be with Numa. Oh, he's doing a different combo entirely. Okay. Oh, did he do both Corbin? I noticed his special is gone with Mithrid. Did he do like both blade combos? So he did like both Corbin and Numa. He might have.
I was watching Gren's end-of-line star fight, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't hear him use Numa. Yeah, so right now he's just waiting for a break. He's trying to get a double stack. Unfortunately, Stun Swallow happened, so he's not going to be able to get a break this time. So he's gonna have to go for a topple instead. Numa's actually probably gonna run out. Oh no, he got it. He got it. If Numa doesn't run out. Okay, he just barely got that. But Jin is now dead. Yeah, cutting it close, but a very good fight from Anil. And he needed that experience, I believe. So that's very
Evidently, he said it was not on purpose. So there's that.
So this next fight coming up is one of the more interesting fights in this because of one very funny strat that we do. I'll let one of you guys explain how exactly it works.
Do we want to let it play out and then we explain what happened, or do we want to explain it?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Let's
let it play out. So you'll notice that he's doing some interesting positioning, yeah, hopefully this goes as planned. There are backup strats if this does not go as planned, and depending on your XP curve, you may want to do the backup strats anyway because you'll get more XP. But this is a really funny fight. He did get a break there, but it doesn't seem to be making a difference. That break can mess you up. Yeah, so you'll notice something interesting about where Amalthus is standing. Yeah, some of you probably can infer where this is going. Yep, so this should work, and you're about to see something really funny. Hey, look, it said blowdown.
And that there's what we call a hole-in-one.
Hole-in-one. So basically, after the Jin fight, Amalthus came through the bottom of the floor, just popped, like literally just drove himself right through it, and created that hole. So what we did, the quickest way to beat that fight is to knock him back into that hole. So different blade combos, when they end, will do a certain effect. Some of them will do knockback, some of them will do blowdown, most of them don't do anything. But Steam Explosion, which is fire, water, fire, blade combo, does a level 5 blowdown. Level 5 basically meaning that you gain more height on the blowdown itself. You can do this strategy with lower blowdown levels. Some people will do Nuclear Blast, which is fire, fire, light, which will also do blowdown, but it's only level 2, so the positioning on Amalthus is a little tighter with those strategies. But by doing this blade combo, we can basically ignore that fight and we just knock him into the hole. Which is very convenient, because he has moves where he goes invincible and like restores all his health. So we just kind of avoid that altogether by knocking him into the hole. So well done to Anil. It is relatively consistent to set up, although because you have Numa active, sometimes you'll get break more often. And you can break him out of the move Guilty Road. Guilty Road is the move that like gets him into that position in the first place. He basically jumps at your current location.
Here's the moment we've been waiting for.
What was that?
The moment we've been waiting for. Gren doing door skip.
Yep.
This could be a big deal if he gets this quickly.
Yeah, could save a lot of time here compared to Anil. So he's getting some pretty good jumps to start. So we'll see how this goes. By the way, for what it's worth, where Anil is right now, he just got a Gion. So he would not have had because he didn't need to get a Gion for the run. He's available to summon now. We're not going to summon him because we don't need him, but he is available now. Now it looks like Gren's having a little bit of trouble with the door clip as well. Looks like he's jumping a a little bit too far to the right.
That was not too bad.
It wasn't bad. I would say that was an average door clip. Most PBs that people have actually have pretty decent door clips. So that was like a little slower than like a PB door clip, but like for an average run, especially in like a live setting like this, that was actually really good.
And it was still considerably longer than Anil's, which is what was really important here.
Yeah, as far as the race is concerned, that's absolutely the case.
And if you were ever at all like interested in running this game and you're like intimidated by the fact that you're not having any consistency with the door clip, just let this race of two of the top runners of all time be like a testament to just like how finicky it can be, and that like don't let that like deter you from feeling like confident about learning this run, because it really is like as just kind of janky as that at times. So
it's not consistent for anyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you are enjoying this run and you are thinking about picking it up, or any of the runs in this marathon, please do. There's so much to get out of speedrunning these games. It's very satisfying. Like what you're seeing that these runners do, it's not easy, but it's not like super difficult for the most part either. It's just a matter of like learning what to do and doing it properly, as opposed to like say like an execution barrier that you would see in a lot of other types of speedy games. Not to say that that isn't part of this game as well, because it most certainly is. But a lot of it is more like situational awareness, understanding the game, depth, and being able to improv a lot, because there's a lot of stuff that goes wrong during these fights, some significant, some not, that you kind of need to adapt on the fly, which creates a lot of really unique. No run is going to be the same. No two runs are going to be the same for this game due to this. So it's really enjoyable to run repeatedly, to keep doing runs over and over again until you need to reset for blade pulls. But besides that, it's a very enjoyable run to do over and over again.
If you are thinking about doing any of these speedruns, we have a Discord server for Xeno Speedrunning. I'm sure somebody's going to post it in the chat right about now.
Thank you for that.
And you are more than welcome to join, and there are plenty of people there who are willing to help you get settled with learning the run. We're always happy to have more people joining the community.
Yeah, so on that, Anil is approaching. We have a few different names for these. I call them ghosts. Basically, you're going to be in some weird dream state for story reasons. And in that dream state, you need to fight all of your party members. So the first fight's going to be Nia, the second's going to be Morag, and then the third is going to be Zeke and Tora together. This is the fight that I was mentioning, where if you're too high of a level, you may not be getting the buffs from the boxer vamp races. Although I think Anil is going to be good for that. And it's not too significant if you're off the level anyway. It's just you're going to lose a few seconds in this fight. So for these fights,
is that I was going to say the enemy's level is the actual level of your party members, and so if you level them up higher, they are going to be higher than you.
Yep, exactly. Which is part of the reason why we don't waste any levels on Zeke, because we don't use them at all during the run. So we never redeem any of his bonus experience. He's going to be very, very frail when we get to him. Which, to be fair, everyone really is. Corbin's busted, as we established many times throughout this run. He is ideal for this fight and not Crossset. Rex can equip whoever he wants, but Rex does not have good bitball arts, like at all. So Crossset is most certainly not an ideal choice for Rex. And having to collect the potions, it would not be faster than Corbin anyway. We reach max affinity instantly, and then Corbin does insane amount of damage during these fights. Not quite instantly, but almost instantly. Unfortunately, he missed both attacks of his 2-hit art, so he's going to be a little bit less damage than we hoped for this. Yeah, but it's not going to be too bad. You really have to go out of your way to have these fights go really, really bad. Which was not always the case in the early days of the no DLC speedrunning. We would control a Gion for this fight because you don't have Corbin. Now we use Wolfric in the no DLC category. Used to be a Gion, and we've established how much we don't like a Gion.
He didn't even do anything wrong, he's just boring to a lot of people.
He does things wrong in Torna.
That's true.
Interested in seeing what Ren's gonna do here in Jin.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going for a fusion for the first combo, just a topple, a single stack. He's probably gonna do Ray of Light, which is light, or it's dark, light, electric. I think that's a strategy he likes to do.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I think that's what he is also going to do.
Yeah, and then the reason we do that combo is we're using Numa for the first stage. Yes, that's what he's setting up for. We're already at level 1, so we may as well just do the level 1 of the combo. We're not wasting like a tier 3 for the first stage of a combo. And yeah, it takes some time for Corbin's art to go off, so that's going to be time that we can.
Yeah, I was going to say
build
Morag's
Numas.
is a little bit slow on the tier 2, just because Corbin's animation is kind of long, and then once it gets off and gets set, then yeah, just pop that 3 and ship it.
Yeah, so Anil is going to be coming up on the final boss.
He almost didn't even need to do the tier 3 there at all. He came really close to getting the kill on Corbin's tier 2, which you can get with, if you're that exact setup. You don't even need to do the second tier 3 all the time. So nice.
So Anil is on his way to the final boss right now. Bren is not all that far behind him.
Yeah, he actually made up a lot of time in this run.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
the final chapter's only
hopefully
like
Amalthus
13
goes
minutes
well.
long. Hopefully
Right.
one
You
of
can
them
get the all
doesn't
strat
get a
as well.
break on
I will do
Ion,
my
and hopefully
best to
that
prove
one
my
isn't
worth.
Gran.
It sounds fun.
You just leave it to me. I'll use my
Yeah,
Gran
so,
has been having he's
Ion-
been having really rough luck with Ion recently, alright? He's been having the Mutsky Ion luck.
Yeah, so Ion is an interesting fight because Ion requires a break. A lot of the fights that we do in this run do not require a break. They just save time and they give us more XP and all that kind of stuff. But it's not required. That golf looks good, by the way, for Gren. But it is not required to complete the fight. It is required for Ion, and you lose a lot of time if you have to reset because you have to redo both phases of the fight. That said, you have like a 70% chance to break Ion, and you have like 3 or 4 attempts at it. The probability shakes out. You got like a 95% chance to get a break. So naturally, you'll get the 5%, 20% of the time because we're speedrunners. So. Yeah, so the strategy for phase 1 is just gonna be do a combo with Crossset. It's gonna end the fight pretty quickly because you only need to get to a certain HP threshold. But then phase 2 becomes a lot tougher.
Just a reminder that once we're done with this Xenoblade 2 run, we're going to have some of our runners from the Japanese community coming in to do a speedrun of Xenoblade X, the any percent online category, which I have not played Xenoblade X, but from what I've heard about this category, it seems really interesting.
I have
really
not
unique for a
seen the
speedrun.
online category. I've only seen the regular one. I'm very much looking forward to it. They'll be able to explain all about it. I don't want to spoil anything for you guys, but you're in for a treat with that run. It's going to be like super late for me, but I don't even care. I'm going to stay up and watch that run. I'm very excited for it. All right, so Anil is summoning a Geon just to take some screenshots of it. Well done. Yeah, so for phase 1 of this fight, like I said, it's just gonna be collect some potions. I think you're looking for like 4 or 5 potions, and then you just do your standard fire combo, ending with Crossset. And if it's on a break, which it probably will be because Numa will be out, the run is dead. Rather, the fight is dead. So, it shouldn't be too bad for phase 1. Because this arena is so huge, though, the potions can sometimes spawn like a little bit away from you, which can get kind of annoying. They can also be on the other side of the fence. So that'll be some annoying part of this run, but you get so many potions spawning that it's not too much of a concern.
I've got it well in hand. Much obliged.
Yep, so he's going for the break here. He did not land it. That would have been a double stack if he landed it. But if he has enough potions, he won't actually need it. So that's probably going to be fine. Let's see how much damage this does. Yep, that's enough. So Anil is now on the final phase of this boss fight. This one's going to be a little interesting. We're actually not going to really use Crossset to do a lot of the damage here. We're going to be using Numa to do the damage. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a fusion combo on a double stack break with Numa being using the chain attack to do all the damage. Remember that Numa always targets enemy weakness. So that's very, very useful for this fight. So it's very likely that we die at the beginning of this fight because he uses Siren Buster, which wipes the party. Rex is guaranteed to survive because we activate Numa.
Even if we wanted to use Crossset, most of the potions that you would drop don't drop in a place that you can actually grab them, so it's not actually useful in this way.
Yeah, the important thing to know about this, actually, now that you bring that up, is Ion starts this fight in the back of the arena. We can only reach him from the corner. That's why we have to move to the side. Yeah, so right now what we need to do is we need to get a tier 4 charged up with Crossset. Ideally on a double stack break, although it looks like we're not getting that. So a single stack topple will do it, but he does need the topple. And like I said, we'll probably get it because Numa's out. The topple was resisted, so this is actually quite bad. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if he has a backup strat for this, or Rex tried to do the topple there. But...
You can usually pretty safely.
Oh,
clean
he has
them up.
Adenine. He has Adenine. We're fine.
Okay.
So the other thing I wanted to mention about Adenine is, as I mentioned, Numa always targets enemy weakness. So if he uses Adenine in the first round of the chain attack, you don't need the double stack break. Time will be when the damage shows up at the end of this chain attack. So I'll be ready for that.
Yeah, so that's what happens when we end a fight when we end during a chain attack, that even when the enemy's HP hits 0, the run is not actually over until the damage number shows up.
Yep, because we can still control the characters right now. Alright, and that is time for an L. So some of us are going to be popping out of commentary. Thanks for watching this. Please stick around for Xenoblade X. This is going to be an incredible run. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Peace.
See you guys.